should observe the following guidelines as the House reconvened for the second meeting of the third session of the 13th National Assembly.
Under the guidelines are as follows: observe strict adherence to hygiene measures, avoid overcrowding, avoid handshakes, and also seek immediate medical attention if any illness is observed. And also those with a cough or flu should be masked to cover their nose and mouth.
Right after that announcement, Madam Speaker, there were matters of urgent public importance, 6 of them. The first one did come from Mr. E. Banda on the shortage of mealie meal in Petauke Central Parliamentary Constituency, and this one was admissible. The Vice President responded immediately. The other matter of urgent public importance did come from Mr. C. Kangwombe on the adjusted reserve ratio depreciation of the kwacha and increased fuel prices, and this one was inadmissible. Joe?
So the other one also came from Mr. Munyazulu, who happens to be Lume's Member of Parliament, on the subject matter on the issue surrounding Barros land. This one was also not admitted. And the other one also came from Ms. Brenda Nyerenda, who happens to be Lunda's Member of Parliament, under the subject matter on the bridge crossing points that had been washed away due to heavy rains in Lunda's parliamentary constituency. This one was also not admitted.
And the other matter of urgent public importance did come from Mr. Kafwaya on the alleged statement made by the Minister of Information and Media on promoting tribalism. It was inadmissible. The last matter of urgent public importance came from Mr. Bimpundu on the delayed delivery of farming inputs, the continued smuggling of mealie meal to neighboring countries, and the importation of genetically modified organism mealie meal. And this one was admissible. The Minister of Agriculture was directed to issue a ministerial statement on Tuesday, 20th February 2024. That's Madam Speaker did direct the Minister of Agriculture rather to issue a ministerial statement on Tuesday, 20th February 2024.
Thereafter, the House did consider questions for oral answer numbers 166, 175, 177 up to 180 under Standing Order 74. Remember, questions which fall under this standing order, those questions of ordinary nature.
And question for oral answer number 176, Standing Order 74. The member standing in his place sought leave of the House to withdraw the question. Leave was granted and the question was accordingly withdrawn.
Yes, indeed, it's time now to look at the order paper for today, 14th February 2024. We have 15 questions, and the first question is question 181, which is coming from Mr. Oliver Amtike, who happens to be Mongo Central Member of Parliament. He did direct his question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He wants to find out in two parts. In A, whether there were any officers recalled from diplomatic missions who were still on the payroll of the diplomatic missions where they served as of August 2023, and B, if so, why the officers in question had been maintained on the payroll despite their recall.
Mr. Chanda of Kanchiria constituency who asked the Minister of Health what the prevalence rate of diabetes countrywide was as of August 2023, how many cases were reported annually from 2015 to 2022, and what measures are being taken to bring the disease under control.
Mr. Gustive Chonde, Merenge Member of Parliament, has directed this question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Kapalalala Lukongomuka Road in Merenge Parliamentary Constituency. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why?
We do expect Ms. Halwindi of Kawe Central to ask the Minister of Tourism a question in 3 parts: whether the government has any plans to construct a museum in Kawe Central Parliamentary Constituency, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why.
Mr. Pavyuma Kalobo, who happens to be also a Member of Parliament, is also expected to ask a question to the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. He wants to find out in A, how the Black Mountain Consortium in Kitwe District was constituted, and in B, how many women and youths benefited from the 30% that the government allocated to the consortium from February 2022 to February 2023, and see whether the government has any plans to increase the percentage allocation to cooperatives in order to ensure more people benefit from the project. And D, If there are no such plans, why?
All right, so in case you've just tuned in, we'd like to thank you for your viewership. At 14:30, we have live parliamentary proceedings, and any time from now, we should be seeing the Speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. And just now, we are looking at some of the questions that will be discussed on the floor of the House. That's questions for oral answer, understanding order number 74. We do expect Mr. Kangombe of Kamfisa constituency, Minister of Green Economy and Environment, when the government will rehabilitate the water reticulation system at the Zambia Forestry College in Kamfinsa Parliamentary Constituency, and what the estimated cost of the project is.
We also expect Mr. Monte Chinkuli, Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Health a question. And as you can see on your screen, Madam Speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. So right now we cross over to the chamber for the live parliamentary proceedings.
Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, passion with and blessed by God's own land. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace is Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. order. Honorable members, I have one announcement. This is just to remind ourselves on these matters of urgent public importance. Honorable members, yesterday, which was the first sitting of this meeting, I observed that some honorable members still have challenges in raising matters of urgent public importance. In this regard, I wish to remind the House on the rules of procedure governing matters of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134 and 135 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. Honorable members, as I have stated before, the essence of a matter of urgent public importance is to bring to the attention of the House and the Executive a widespread event in the country. The event should not be peculiar to only a small section of the country. Among other things, the subject matter should not only be clothed with a national character, but also capable of being debated. Its importance should be such that if the Executive does not intervene immediately, a catastrophe would befall the nation. Further, the matter raised must deal with only one substantive issue. It has been observed that honorable members have developed a tendency of raising more than one substantive issue within the same matter of urgent public importance. Honorable members, in raising matters of urgent public importance under Standing Order 134, you are reminded of the following steps. 1. At the appropriate time, indicate electronically that you intend to raise a matter of urgent public importance. 2. When the presiding officer recognizes and calls on you to raise the matter, start your statement with the phrase, Madam or Mr. Speaker, the matter I wish to raise is directed at Her Honor the Vice President or the Honorable Minister of whatever ministry. And third, state the matter concisely and end by saying, Madam, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. Do not debate the matter or bring more than one substantive issue in the same matter. Honorable members, henceforth, presiding officers will strictly enforce the rules regulating matters of urgent public importance to ensure that proper and smooth transaction of business in the House. I thank you. Thank you very much. So that is just a reminder. I see so many members have indicated. But before we proceed, just to wish all the honorable members a happy Valentine's Day. I have one declaration to make. This afternoon, as I was sitting, I received 34 missed calls from an unknown number. And until they sent a message that they were a company that was marketing some items. So I asked that I gave them permission to come and see me. And when they came, I saw something written, Unka. So I was wondering whether it was Uka, Ukwa, or Unka. So they told me it's a marketing company promoting perfumes and flowers. Later on, I discovered that it was Honorable Member for Lumezi who had sent some Valentine flowers. So I was just wondering whether he was doing this under Uka, Ukwa, or Unka. So I thought I should declare before you see it all over social media. So we go back to our business, matters of urgent public importance. This time I'll decide to start from the bottom so that we have other members also presenting their matters of urgent public importance instead of listening to the same members all the time. So the last indication is from the Honorable Member for Pambashe.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on the matter of urgent public importance on the Minister responsible for agriculture.
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, as you may be aware, Zambia is threatened with the food security to the extent that the southern part of Zambia is experiencing persistent drought. The southern part, I mean central province, and up to the southern part. And the northern part of Zambia is experiencing heavy rainfall. As I'm speaking right now, it is raining in Kawambwa and the rest of the region. Madam Speaker, we raised and we advised the Minister that deliberately PF chose to empower the northern part of Zambia with a lot of seed so that we can feed the whole nation. Because previously the southern part was called maize belt, that now the rain has moved. But Madam Speaker, the Minister deliberately chose not to. And to the amazement of people of Luapula province and Kawambwa in specific, as late as Monday, I received a contingent of farmers who are still crying that they have not received fertilizer to date. I seek your indulgence whether why the Minister of Agriculture is playing with a serious national issue that is dealing with the food security and is doing like a child play. I seek your serious indulgence in this matter, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the Honorable Member for Pambashe was in the House yesterday. Okay, so that's the problem of missing sittings, because you even miss what transpired. Yesterday, another matter was raised, I think, by the Honorable Member from Kana, and the Honorable Minister is coming back on Tuesday to deliver a statement, a comprehensive statement on the same issue. So please hold your fire. Just wait for Tuesday, then you can ask follow-up questions. Sorry, the next is the Honorable Member for Chama South. We had stopped at Pambashe. I'm going up. The Honorable Members that have indicated subsequently, Nyimba, Feira, Nyimba, Makaika, Lundazi, I think came much later. So we are at Chama North.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was, did the Honorable Member for Chama South indicate?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine, Madam Speaker, is directed to Her Honor, the Vice President. In Chama South, almost all communities, Madam Speaker, right now have no food. Government has reacted. I engaged Her Honor, the Vice President, and they have allocated enough maize for their people in Chama South. Unfortunately, I don't know what procedures the provincial administration under the DMMU are waiting for. I'm told they have put distribution of food in phases when the people need the food now. They distributed in 2 wards. The 3rd ward, my honor, people walked a distance of 134 kilometers to Chama Boma in order for them to access maize, which we are very grateful. Now, Madam Speaker, if the government does not take any action now, children there are swelling. In Mapamba ward, Chief Chifunda, Chiwungwe ward, Lumezi ward, food is there, government has allocated and approved, but the people cannot go and distribute this food. As a result, children are swelling. Some villages, as I speak, have abandoned their villages. They are in Shwangandu, Honorable Member for Shwangandu can attest to that. They are doing piecework for them to get rotten cassava that they soak in water and millet. Why should the people continue suffering when the government has already responded? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
What I'll do is I'll give you a copy of what I just announced today, maybe just for purposes of guidance. The clerks at the table, please ensure that this announcement is given to the members. First of all, Honorable Member, you were debating your matter of urgent public importance. Secondly, it appears it's peculiar to a certain section of the country. So what I would advise is you put in a question which can be addressed to Her Honor the Vice President or whichever relevant institution can be able to tackle that issue. The next one will be the Honorable Member for Mpika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on matter of urgent public importance pursuant to Standing Order number 134, directed at Her Honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President made a very progressive policy pronouncement on CDF contracting to the extent that only local contractors must be engaged. However, Madam Speaker, contradicting that pronouncement, ZPPA has made an announcement that all contracts, including those on CDF, should be done through the EGP platform. This will obviously disadvantage the local contractors because the system will not be able to choose who the local contractor is and who the non-local contractor is. I therefore seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Mpika. Whereas we acknowledge that the matter might be of some importance to everyone, maybe to the nation, but it's not to the effect that if nothing is not done today, some form of catastrophe is going to befall the nation. So please put in a question. Put in a question directed to the office of Her Honor the Vice President. We go to the Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on the matter of urgent public importance towards the Vice President. Thank you.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, through you to the Vice President. Vice President, in the last 2 months or so, we've seen that the major provinces which produces our corn, that is Eastern Province, Southern Province, have been affected by the drought, and there is a crop failure in these areas, meaning the country are going to expect to have hunger in the next 3 years. What immediate measures do you have as government to see to it that in the next 1 month or so, we don't start importing GMOs? Thank you.
Honorable Member for Nyimba, I thought that is similar to what the Honorable Member for Pambashe raised and what was raised yesterday by the Honorable Member for Nkana. If a matter has been raised, it doesn't make a difference how many members raise it. I think we should be paying attention to the questions that the other honorable members are putting up so that we avoid repeating ourselves. So that matter is already being attended to, Honorable Member. I thought you were in Ethiopia. You are maybe that's why you didn't hear what was happening. So that is on a lighter note. I would have gone for the honorable member for Lundazi being female, but yesterday she did raise a matter of urgent public importance, so we give to another member who hasn't raised. The honorable member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to raise a very serious matter of urgent public importance directed to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I've been privileged in the last 3 weeks to travel around 7 provinces, from Western Province to the others. One thread that comes out is that, Madam Speaker, our country to date is economically challenged. All the economic indicators, as indicated by our finance minister, are not performing. And I'm aware that the Minister of Finance has not resigned. And my question is in order to sit without informing the nation the state of the economic status of the country vis-a-vis the indicators that we are seeing? I need not to go into exchange rate, fuel prices, and all these things. And I think that it's important for the Minister of Finance to give a comprehensive statement on what is happening to the country economically. I thank you.
The only issue I see that you mentioned is resignation. What has that got to do with what you were asking? Matters of urgent public importance. Let's be concise when we are asking or raising our matters and to the point. The matter that you have raised, Honorable Member for Feira, is a matter that has been ongoing. It's not of recent occurrence. And so if you want that to be asked, maybe you can put in a question instead of raising it as a matter of urgent public importance. What you've raised is important. It's a concern of everybody. But maybe it's the manner in which you are raising it. So I would advise that you put in a question to address that. So I think we have done 5. We are supposed to be doing 3, so we can make progress. The other members can ask tomorrow if you still have matters of urgent public importance. We go to the next item, questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 181. Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central, Honorable Mtike, is asking the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, A, whether there were records from diplomatic missions, there were people recorded from the diplomatic missions who were still on the payroll of the diplomatic missions where they served as of August 2023. B, if so, why the officers in question have been maintained on the payroll despite their recall. The answer is as follows. The answer is as follows. A, the answer to question A, there are 2 categories of officers. That is, the first category is the permanent and pensionable establishment, and the other are those on contract. Therefore, the ministry has 81 permanent and pensionable establishment record officers, and those are still on the payroll of the diplomatic missions as of the end of 2023. B, the officers are maintained on payroll because they are on permanent and pensionable establishment, and there are no immediate vacancies to place them on upon arrival from the Foreign Service. Further, the Public Service Management Division, PSMD, is immediately informed to redeploy them to other government ministries or agencies where vacancies commensurate to their local salaries are existing. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mongo Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Maybe let me rephrase the question again. Honorable Minister, my question is, are there any government officers who were recalled who have not been redeployed and are still on your ministry payroll but occupying positions at various missions and embassies, and yet they are here in Zambia? I think that's what I was trying to clarify. Thank you.
I don't know now whether the minister will be, the Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. That is a rephrase the question. So.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will answer that. I think the answer to the Honorable's question is there are 81 recalled officers who are still on the payroll. But I'll go further to explain so that it is made very, very clear. As we said, there are two categories of officers. One is permanent and pensionable, and the other are these who go on contract. Now, in the case of both categories, officers report at their mission stations, which are essentially the ministry's satellite departments based abroad. They are assigned a payroll ID consistent with their respective stations for payment of their local salaries. As for those on contract, if recalled they're immediately removed from the payroll and gratuity due to them is immediately paid. In other words, those who are from the public service, when they are assigned to the diplomatic service, because they are on permanent and pensionable employment, they continue to be on the payroll, and they are shifted. The ID, the payroll ID, consistent with their employment, is shifted to the mission where they have been assigned. So therefore, when they are recalled, what stops are the allowances that they get in the foreign missions. But because they're permanent and pensionable, they continue to be on the payroll at that station until such time as they are assigned to a different one. I must state here, Madam Speaker, that these officers do not continue to receive foreign service allowances. So the total number of recalled in both categories is 234 for 2021 to date. And of these, 133 are on a permanent and pensionable employment. 101 are officers who are on contract. So of those who are on pensionable conditions, 133 permanent and pensionable establishment officers, 52 of them have already been redeployed. So those, there's no question. However, the 81 are yet to be redeployed. So they continue to receive their salaries according to their conditions, and because their payrolls are assigned an ID consistent with the stations where they are, that is how they are reflected. But as soon as they are allocated to other agencies or ministries and so on, then they get transferred to those ministries. I hope that is clear, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to appreciate you for that response from my honorable colleague Madam Speaker, 133.
Honorable Member for Lunte, there is an indication, apologies, from there was an indication for a point of order. Who was? The Honorable Likando Mfalali. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, according to Standing Orders 206, dress code for members, I realize the Honorable Member on the floor, who happens to be my good friend, is not sharing in the new dress that we ought to start following. Is he in order? I don't know whether it's a tie or it's a scarf. It's in between. It's just. Is he in order to dress like that? I see. You're serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lunte, there is a point of order. Is that a napkin or? Sorry, if you can, is that how you, I think maybe you can step outside and robe properly. How do you put on a scarf? It's not supposed to be hanging out like a... Better. Is that okay now? Okay. Yeah, it's a belt in the neck. Okay, you may proceed, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
May the Honorable Member for Lunte continue.
Madam Speaker, before I was distracted by the MP for point of orders, my Honorable colleague, I just wanted to say 133 civil servants on payroll and yet not working is sufficient idle capacity. It was known by the UPND government that these civil servants will be a part of those who are going to be placed on holding position and create enormous idle capacity at a time of serious economic constraints. Honorable Minister, what was the wisdom behind your government's decision to recall 133 career civil servants when you knew you had nowhere to take them? They will be getting paid without work for now over 2 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, a point of correction. The Honorable Member for Lunte says career civil servants. These are public workers, and not necessarily career civil servants. And therefore, they are subject to deployment elsewhere within the public service. Second point of correction is, whereas we mentioned 133 permanent and pensionable establishment officers, we have again stated that of those, 52 have already been redeployed, and the outstanding number is 81, and these are in the process of being redeployed. There's nothing strange. When you're a public worker, government is correct to assign you to where they feel necessary for you to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. And maybe let me start by welcoming the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and back to the backbench, and wish him well and encourage him to hang in there. Since the vacant is still open, he might just get it back after being cleared of the mining dealings. Honorable Minister, 81 members of staff is such a huge number. How long does it take for officers that have been recalled? And obviously we know that a record does not entail dismissal. But we have seen most of these officers hanging around for more than a year. How long does it take for cabinet to deploy, redeploy these officers that you recall from foreign missions? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Shwagandu. First of all, it's right and proper to state that it's normal practice the world over that when we have a new government, appointments to the Foreign Service is made, because every government that comes in has got its own emphasis in terms of the application of foreign policy. So there is nothing strange. It's not only within the new Dawn administration. If you look back when the PF government came in, they did exactly the same. The process that's being followed to redeploy these officers is what is followed by governments. What is important to note, Madam Speaker, is that the process of redeployment has started, and as soon as the vacancies are available, all of the 81 that I've talked about will be redeployed. The other ones who are on contract, those that were recalled, they have all since reported home, and have been paid their gratuity as according to the conditions of service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though I had even written a note which was supposed to be directed to you, but
Honorable Member for Petauke, please do not engage into correspondence while I'm presiding. Don't write any notes to me. You've been given the floor. Ask your question.
Yeah, thank you for your guidance, Madam Speaker, but I was surprised where I raised the matter of a point of order, and other members like Honorable Farari was around, but the people of Petauke were not around.
Order.
So
Honorable Member, order. Honorable Member for Petauke, please take your seat. We are not on matters of urgent public importance here. A point of order cannot follow another point of order. We have a way of doing business here.
I started.
So, can we go to the next? The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Madam Speaker, according to government establishment and cabinet memo, the withholding position is created for the period of 6 months. That is done deliberately to not allow government to spend money for a non-productive worker. Because within the period of 6 months, a position must be created and the officer must be redeployed. Now the acting minister is saying since 2001 to date, 2021. And that is just one ministry, plus other ministries. 81 civil servants in the ministry responsible for foreign affairs and internal security have been drawing salaries against the establishment according to the cabinet standards of Zambia, not international, according to Zambia, 6 months. The minister, we are dealing with difficult financial challenges. Why allow unnecessary expenditure on staff that are sitting for more than 2 years and getting free money without being productive? Is that the best way of utilizing public fund, Minister? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Madam Speaker, in our quest to be thorough in the way we answer questions, in fact, we brought this up to the end of 2023. This 133, which has since been reduced to 81, does not imply that those are the ones that were recorded from 2021 to date. Even in 2021, there was, when the new government came in, there was a backlog. So this is a combination of those that were recorded by the previous administration and those that have been recorded in this particular administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Our rules have not changed. Each honorable member is given an opportunity to ask only once. What's the point of order, honorable member for Shiwangando?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we pose the questions to our colleagues in the executive, they must listen to the questions and respond to them according to the way we put them. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister knows that for each post ID, that's where money is paid, that's where emoluments are paid to public workers. And so the longer it takes, for those that take up the positions, for those who could have been called to start.
What's the point of order?
My question to the Honourable Minister was, how long does it take to redeploy diplomats when they are called back? He went on to lecture to us on how people, governments change. That was my question. I want him to respond to that question, Madam Speaker.
Is that a point of order or a demand for a certain item?
Speaker, was the Honourable Minister in order to avoid responding to the question as I had put it to him and digressed and went into lecturing to us on how governments change and diplomats record, which I didn't request for. Was he in order?
Well, the Honorable Minister, there is a cry that you didn't address the issue that was raised. Maybe you can just state the point.
Madam Speaker, when an officer's record, the question here is how long does it take for that officer to be redeployed from the station where they have the ID, service ID. What I explained, the answer here, is it takes as long as it takes to have a vacancy. And that is why the PSMD are involved. When these vacancies are created, these officers are absorbed in the new positions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question has been answered. We make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Question number 182, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister for Health, is it? Oh, the Minister is there. Sorry, I was looking at a hat. Today you look different. The Honorable Minister of Health, sorry, apologies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, happy Valentine to you and to all the members. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchivia, Mr. Chanda, is asking the Minister of Health the following question. What the prevalence rate for diabetes countrywide was as of August 2023? B, how many cases were reported annually? Can you move, please? Move. How many cases were reported annually from 2015 to 2022? C, what measures are being taken to bring the disease under control? Our response, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Member for Kanchivia for asking a very important and timely question which provides us an opportunity to place a spotlight on this disease called diabetes. Let me first begin by stating that diabetes is also known in full as diabetes mellitus, commonly known as sugar disease. This is a chronic and complex disease that comes as a... Please, can we have silence? This is a chronic and complex disease that comes as a result of the body's failure to use glucose or to use sugar. Increased levels of blood sugar over time leads to serious damage to the body, in particular the heart, blood vessels, eyes, kidneys, nerves, and the brain. A diagnosis of diabetes is made based on measurement of blood sugar, either after fasting or as a random test. There are three main types of diabetes. What is known as gestational diabetes, type 1, and type 2 diabetes. Gestational diabetes is acquired during pregnancy, and it can be controlled during pregnancy as well as during the 6-month period after pregnancy to safeguard the health of the unborn and the newborn baby. Madam Speaker, type 1 diabetes is mostly found in the young people below the age of 30. This is usually due to autoimmune damage to an organ of the body called the pancreas, resulting in the inability of the pancreas to produce enough amounts of insulin for normal sugar control. In other cases, damage to the pancreas in a young age can be caused by other pancreatic diseases and alcohol abuse. Patients having type 1 diabetes need insulin injections for life. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, type 2 diabetes, which is most prevalent in Zambia and the world over, is commonly found above the age of 40 years and is attributed to unhealthy behavioral risk factors such as use of tobacco, harmful consumption of alcohol, unhealthy diets, and physical inactivity. Other factors include family history of diabetes, overweight and obesity, HIV and AIDS, some medications and their side effects. We have seen a rise in obesity as well as alcohol abuse in our country, and these are seriously impacting the incidence of diabetes in our country. Madam Speaker, prevalence refers to the total number of individuals in a population who have a disease or health condition at a specific period of time, expressed as a percentage of the population. To obtain the prevalence rate of diabetes, a survey at the population level is undertaken. In Zambia, the last survey was undertaken in 2017. And according to the findings, the prevalence rate of diabetes in Zambia among adults aged 18 to 69 years was at 6.2%. Of the total number of respondents in this survey, approximately 36.8% were on treatment at the time, with 20.9% reported being on insulin treatment. The survey did not include the younger population below 18 years. Madam Speaker, Zambia also relies on global survey data, and according to the World Health Organization, the prevalence of diabetes in Zambia for 2021 was estimated at 11.9% in the age group of 20 to 79 years. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that 50% of diabetic individuals are not even aware of having the disease. And of those who are aware, And of those who are aware, Africans in general have a higher risk of becoming diabetic, with Zambians showing about 36% risk of developing type 2 diabetes owing to our high carbohydrate diet and bad eating habits. High carbohydrate diet means too much inshima and worse more, too much breakfast. B, how many cases are reported annually from 2015 to 2022? Madam Speaker, Zambia collects routine data through the Health Management Information System known as the HIMIS. According to the HMIS reports, which is the HIMIS reports, the annual number of new diabetes between 2018 to 2022 was as follows. In 2018, the annual new diabetes cases were 38,251. In 2019, 39,230. In 2020, there was a decrease, 35,599. 2021, 29,350. But 2022, 38,638. Total, 181,108. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that diabetes is a chronic disease, and once a patient is diagnosed, they remain on treatment for life. C, Madam Speaker, on the measures being taken to curb diabetes. To curb diabetes, the government through the Ministry of Health and the stakeholders promotes behavioral and lifestyle changes to prevent or delay the onset of type 2 diabetes. These include maintenance of a healthy body weight to prevent obesity or overweight. So all of you who are overweight, please watch out for diabetes. 2, staying physically active with at least 30 minutes of moderate intensity exercises every day, such as taking a brisk walk, jogging, aerobics, sporting games, or cycling, and not drinking beer. 3, eating a healthy diet that contains fruits and vegetables daily, and avoid sugar, too much sugar, saturated fats in fast foods like chips, and overprocessed foods, as well as promoting non-refined cereals such as Rora meal, as opposed to using the popular refined breakfast mini meal. Avoiding the use of tobacco in any form. If you smoke or you use shisha or vaping, please quit now. And if you use smokeless tobacco such as in Soko, stop now. Stop now. Tobacco of any form is harmful to your health. And then addressing the alcohol pandemic in our communities, especially among our young people. Kachaso Muleki. Further, Madam Speaker, the ministry promotes early screening, diagnosis and treatment of diabetes at primary health care level. When patients are diagnosed early...
Order, Honorable Minister. I'm sure the Honorable members will ask soon the word Kachaso Muleke meaning?
Quit now if you are drinking Kachaso. Kachaso is one of these illicit popular drinks in our shanties, Madam Speaker, wherein people have been cheated that it cures cholera. Further, Madam Speaker, the ministry promotes early screening, diagnosis and treatment of diabetes at primary health care level. When patients are diagnosed early, they are put on efficacious and appropriate medication in order to prevent complications, disability, or premature death. Patients with diabetes are managed at most primary health care facilities by having regular blood tests and other medical checkups, while those who develop complications are referred to the higher levels of care. The ministry encourages people to take regular checkups so as to detect lifestyle diseases early to prevent future complications. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to state that preventing diabetes requires a whole government and a whole of society approach. May I therefore call upon all of you honorable members of parliament, including all individuals and families, community, traditional and religious leaders, and all the sectors of society, including the NGOs, cooperating partners, and academic institutions, to please promote healthy lifestyles in order to prevent non-communicable diseases such as diabetes. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? I know this is a more general subject, so when we ask our questions, please let's be precise so that we can allow as many members as possible to also ask their questions. We start with the Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and allow me to thank the Honourable Minister for that comprehensive response to our question. Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll make reference to two documents which are on the table as for avoidance of doubt and for ease of reference. The first one is called the Analytical Fact Sheet, March 2023, by the World Health Organization and the Integrated Africa Health Observatory. On page 1, it speaks to, and I quote, "To achieve the SDG targets, African countries are tackling multidimensional challenges from communicable diseases and increasing trends of non-communicable diseases. Diabetes imposes an economic burden on Africa, including catastrophic spending in controlling the disease at the individual level. Diabetes is a priority disease that must be tackled to achieve the SDG target of reducing by 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable diseases by the year 2030. The next document, Madam Speaker, I'm referring to the Ministry of Health documentation, prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in Zambia, the case of investment done with cooperating partners, including the WHO, the UN Interagency Task Force on NCDs, as well as the UNDP. And I go to page 27. Page 27 says that the Ministry of Health can work with parliamentarians, civil society, Attorney General's office, and other ministries to pass the new tobacco control bill. Passing this new legislation will help Zambia fulfill its obligations under the WHO FCTC, drive sustainable development, and meet its commitment to health in all policies. Further, by banning sales of single cigarettes and smaller packs, effectively taxing royal-owned cigarettes and banning marketing that appeals to the younger generation, the new legislation would help to protect.
Sorry, Honorable Member for Kanchivia. There is a point of order. Maybe before even, are those public documents, or the ones you are quoting from, you have not even laid them on the table yet. But what's the point of order, Honorable Member for Lunte?
Madam Speaker, my point of order is based on my honorable colleague's debate during the time of follow-up questions. What type of session are we in? According to our practice, he's supposed to ask a follow-up question, is debating. Is it in order to start debating and reading materials when the question is specific, it has been answered, all that is needed is to ask a follow-up question? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
True, Honorable Member for Kanchivia, if you can ask a supplementary question, it will be very helpful. Please do not debate, because even the Honorable Minister will be lost in the too much information that has been given. You can ask a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I will lay the two documents on the table. These are public documents for ease of reference. Madam Speaker, people who smoke, according to research, are at risk, 30 to 40% at risk of developing type 2 of diabetes. What is the ministry doing in addressing the curbing of diabetes? When do we see the ministry bringing the tobacco bill to this House in order to curtail and to curb the drive or the increase, the sharp rise in diabetes? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I did indicate in my answer that one of the causes of these non-communicable diseases also emanates from smokers, tobacco smokers. And one of the things government is doing is to be in line with the WHO tobacco control program, which Zambia is a signatory to. And what remains for Zambia is to have it domesticated. And so we are in the process of bringing a bill to this House for enactment so that we can have a situation where there are some regulations or measures just on the way tobacco is used in the country. So that bill will come to Parliament, and I think that the process has started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the elaborate responses to the question. I refer to where you talked about the use of certain medication. The long-term use of certain medication, for instance, in HIV and rheumatoid arthritis. I want to find out, as a ministry, because we know that the long use of medication can lead to type 2 diabetes. I want to find out what plans you have as a ministry in the introduction of certain medication like in HIV, the injectable type, which can only be given maybe once for the whole year or 6 months, if there are any plans as a ministry so that we are able to reduce on the long-term use of certain medication that can actually lead to type 2 diabetes. Any plans? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point here is that some drugs definitely normally would have sometimes some effect, and part of that effect could be one getting diabetic type 2 diabetes. And he's given an example of for example, the injectable ARVs that have been introduced in Zambia for the first time. And I want to say that one of the things we've done in respect of the injectable ARVs, the ministry has come up with an elaborate, what I can call an elaborate regulations on how this has to be administered, and also the monitoring, and just to ensure that the people that are using this do the administration of these ARVs, injectables, in a very well-guided manner, and so that we are also able to see if there are any side effects, and those side effects can also be monitored and controlled. Suffice to say that this is why of late we also have a program where we are also discouraging people from oversubscribing to drugs which have not been given to them by doctors. For example, the use of antibiotics in Zambia. A lot of our people, especially women, they have become experts in, giving themselves antibiotics for some illness. Maybe once they went to the doctor when they had maybe some bad cough, and the doctor prescribed a certain antibiotic. What they do is whenever they have this same cough, they just go to the doctors and buy. And so we are also trying to discourage pharmacists from prescribing or from giving out antibiotics, because these antibiotics have an effect on a person, and part of that effect is actually type 1 or type 2, or let me just say diabetes. So that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchibia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization prescribes that or recommends taxation for tobacco products to be not to be below 70%. Zambia falls way below the 70% threshold prescribed by the World Health Organization. Madam Speaker, do you see the Minister of Health, in collaboration with Minister of Finance, raising taxation towards curbing usage of tobacco so as to plow back as an investment case into the management of especially diabetes type 2? Madam Speaker, thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, that is correct. And this is why earlier I did indicate that Zambia is in the process of ensuring that we domesticate what we signed up for in terms of tobacco control. And in the bill that will come, those are the issues that will be articulated. And my hope is that members of parliament, both on the right, on your right and left, will support, this bill so that we protect our children and future generations against the bad effects, health effects on too much tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chienge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in places like Chienge and all the rural areas, we do not normally have medicines for such patients. And we've had challenges like in Chienge, where sometimes we even run out of, you call them, reactive, whatever, that they use to test people to check the sugar levels. So now I want to find out what is it that the ministry is going to do for the people of Chienge and other rural areas regarding this disease, because it's a silent killer and it has claimed a lot of lives. How are you going to do the sensitization in order people to understand how they can, lives can be saved? I hope my question is clear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a follow-up question. Madam Speaker, the question basically is talking about, first of all, the availability of treatment of diabetes in rural areas, and then secondly, how best can we help the communities so that they are able to protect themselves. I think the first part of the question, Madam Speaker, is simply that, as I indicated in my response, that in fact, treatment of diabetes is at the primary health level, and this is what we are doing because it is so common now among many Zambians, especially the elderly people.
Order, honorable members. If you want to discuss, you can step outside, conclude your discussion so that you are able to follow proceedings. Otherwise, you are interrupting the proceedings and disturbing other people who want to follow. Please, honorable members, if you have to talk, you do it in low tones. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you. So I was saying that, Madam Speaker, that the treatment and care for diabetes has been decentralized basically to the district level so that it is available to many of our people, because it is true to say that many Zambians are actually victims of diabetes. And how can we as members of parliament help our communities? I thought that the statement which was made by our Honor the Vice President, when she advised Zambians that change from refined white breakfast mini meal to Rora meal, was a very timely advice. I would further go and add that you are better off with mixing, you know, even with the other cereal brands like cassava, sorghum, millet. In fact, me, as myself, I don't take raw or white meal, I take millet. That's my meal. When I eat in Shima, I use millet because it's less starchy and it's much, much healthy. You know, I don't know that I don't look healthy, but I think that it does make me feel better and feel younger. That breakfast, meal, breakfast is too refined and all the nutrients have been taken away. So even for the porridge for the children, between breakfasts and roller and sorghum and millet, you are better off with those things like roller meal, sorghum, millet. Those are the best kind of cereals to give a baby or anybody, even your husbands or patients. You can even make it better by adding some groundnuts, groundnut paste, you know, and that is a healthy meal. Also, we must also help our husbands, our brothers and sisters and fathers not to have big tummies. That is obesity. Because those are the killer bodies. Killer bodies. So we have to reduce on weight. Because obesity, overweight is not good. Even for our children, those that are school going, don't make a child be eating chips, you know, crisps, chocolate, and then you think that is to show that you are rich, your child is carrying chocolates to school. Jiggies and all those kind of foods, they're not right. Carpenter, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, carpenter is very expensive now, but those are the best meals, you know, carpenter, fish, you know, these African vegetables, you know, like cassava leaves, yes, pumpkin, you know, those kind of foods that you get, you know, which, you know, your grandmother would prepare for you, those are the foods with nutrients. Cabbage, people don't like cabbage. I know that there are some greens like rape that don't really have much nutrients, but cabbage, spinach, those are the kind of foods to cook for your children, you know. Okra, delele. So Zambian women must begin to change their diet, because in the foods we eat, that's where the medicine is. So if you just eat junk foods and, you know, I don't want to mention companies, I might be told that I'm decampaigning some companies, but just chips and too much fat and salad swimming on top of, that's not, you know, in the traditional cooking, our forefathers, our parents, our grandparents, when they prepared the chicken, there was no salad, because the chicken had its own salad. So we have to change our diet, and we have to do a bit of physical exercise, Madam Speaker, and I hope the MPs can encourage people to walk. There's too much, one house, people, the wife is coming out with a vehicle, the husband, the children, the grandchildren, everybody is driving, and we think that is life. You know, we want to show off. But I can tell you, even going to work, people should start walking to work if your house is. Some people, their office is 100 meters, they drive, all of them, to work and back. So it's about lifestyle. It's about what we eat, how we live. So I hope that members can help this country. Thank you.
Okay. The only thing I didn't hear was porridge. Women should give porridge to their husbands. But so also the husband should give porridge to their wives. I thought, but it's a long lesson. But now we are running out of time because that answer was too elaborate. I'm tempted to move on because we have other pending issues. For example, Honorable Minister, you have requested to answer, but can we attend to the Honorable Minister of Transport, who is not feeling well? So we can have the question, that is question number what now? 192, okay. The next question will be asked by the Honorable Member for Milanzi. By prior arrangement, the Honorable Minister is not feeling well, he wants to go and have a rest, so I've used my discretion to bring his question forward. So the Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Question 192.
the Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all honorable members, both to your right and to the left, in welcoming you back in your place in this August House, and also indeed to all honorable members that we are all indeed back. Being Acting Minister of Education, Madam Speaker, kindly also indulge me in expressing and conveying my sincere congratulations to the 7,222 newly recruited teachers that this new Dawn administration has added to the already thousands that the government has employed as we endeavor to clear the backlog of thousands that were trained and yet not absorbed. Madam Speaker, coming back to the question by the Honourable Member for Milanzi, who asked the question in A, whether the government has any plans to upgrade Dole Primary School in Milanzi Parliamentary Constituency to a secondary school, and in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, in A, the government has no immediate plans to upgrade Dole Primary School in Milanzi Parliamentary Constituency to a secondary school status because the government, in partnership with the Promoting Equality in Africa Schools, has earmarked the construction of Chipundile Secondary School within the same area. As a result of this answer, Madam Speaker, in Part B falls off. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honourable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks, Minister, for your response. Considering that there are no plans to upgrade Dole Primary School to secondary school, are you considering to upgrade infrastructure by constructing a few more classroom blocks at the school? Because there's been a challenge of classroom space in view of the increased enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In view of our plans to focus on a secondary school, which is more or less zonal in Chipundule, I would advise the Honourable Member that issues of upgrades in terms of classroom space, we are very privileged as members of Parliament that His Excellency the President has provided sufficient resources in our constituency development funds to be able to assist such needy and worthwhile causes so that we can indeed ease on the pressures of space. So we'll advise the Honourable Member to perhaps assist government by also coming in with CDF to do the necessary increase in classroom space. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us a chance to make a follow-up question. Honourable Minister, policy direction sometimes gives a challenge to the already programmed CDF committee meetings. By this time, as you are answering the Honourable Member for Milanzi, we have already written and submitted what we are going to do during the 2024 budget for CDF. I'm sure you have also done that, especially that you are a member of Parliament. Now the question that I have for you, what has government planned, especially that this policy direction to upgrade the schools is affecting each and every constituency? What plans are backing up the policy direction which has been given? I submit.
Honorable Member for Lundazi, this is a more specific question, constituency-based, relating to Dole Primary School. So if you have a general question relating to the policy on application of CDF funds, I would suggest you put in a question, especially that the minister is also acting. And that also will be more applicable to the Honorable Minister of Local Government. So it's not related. The Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out from Honorable Minister if the upgrade of Chimbundire Primary School into secondary school will be a boarding school, because I'm looking at the distance between Dole Ward and Kasambandola Ward, where Chimbundire School is.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Suffice to say, Madam Speaker, that Chipundile Secondary School, being a zonal center, Dole Primary School will be one of those feeder schools into this particular secondary school. As to whether or not this is earmarked to be a boarding school, I will not speak to that particular detail, safe to say that through, like I earlier intimated, the peers program, we have this intention of constructing this very important secondary school in the constituency of Milanzi. And this is also obviously owing to the fact that this is also being done in Sinda and Chirundu, which is already currently running, and this is why perhaps Chipindole has slightly been delayed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question, Honorable Member for Kawambo. Please, can we be relevant to the question that is in point?
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I will be very relevant to the question. In responding, the Honorable Minister attributed to the fact that CDF must be used to do some of these works. Whenever a minister talks about using CDF, we have no choice but rather speak about CDF, because they then drag us into the issue of CDF. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform you that as much as we would want to put everything on CDF, as we sit here, all of us, there are instructions from central government through various ministries, especially Ministry of Local Government, that for the 2024 CDF, we must procure 2.7 worth of value of ambulances. We must also procure...
Honorable Member, that's why I was saying let's be specific to the constituency, to the question that we are considering. Those issues that you are raising, they are not related. Well, of course, the Honorable Minister has talked about CDF, but if we want to address the issues of CDF, let's do that separately. Let's not bring it in this question. Otherwise, we'll take the minister by surprise. That's my concern.
Most obliged, Madam Honorable Speaker. In the same vein, our colleagues, the minister, the honorable ministers must reduce addressing or pushing things to the CDF, because immediately mentioned CDF will be rising on CDF. Your guidance has been noted, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can make progress. Again, by prior arrangement, we will go to question number 187, which will be the next question to be asked by the Honorable Member for Kanyama. It's not there. The Honorable Member for Kanyama, I know he was not advised that. Oh, Kanyama, oh, sorry. Oh, I was mistaking Kanyama and Kabwata. The Honorable Member for Kanyama, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 187.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MP for Kanyama, Mr. Chinkuli, is asking the Minister of Health whether the government has any plans to upgrade the Kanyama Level 1 Hospital in Kanyama Parliamentary Constituency to a general hospital. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, if there are no plans, such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Madam Speaker, the government of Zambia is committed to provide quality health services as close to the family as possible, but in an equitable manner. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the current focus of government is to complete ongoing projects such as 1, the completion of the 36 Level 1 district hospitals countrywide, 2, the completion of the construction of health posts under the construction of 650 health posts countrywide, and 3, the implementation of the presidential directive for constructing maternity wings of health centers across the country, including sanitation facilities, power sources, and provision of essential medicines in health centers and health posts countrywide. Also, Madam Speaker, we can only do rehabilitation works of the structures in question. Madam Speaker, regarding B, the plans will be shared in due course. C, Madam Speaker, is covered in B, therefore it falls off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Kanyama.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. To start with, I just want to thank the Ministry of Health, led by Honorable Silva Masevo, for the diligence in which they portrayed, during their fight on, cholera. I also want to thank the line ministries, especially the Minister of Local Government, for having helped into the fight. And finally, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank His Excellency the President for having recognized and rewarded those men and women who volunteered in the fight against cholera. Madam Speaker, the question, however, arose from the fact that Kanyama is highly populated, and the hospital that is, serving Kanyama is a level 1 hospital whose, catchment, population should be around 100,000 people or less. But if you look at the way Kanyama is, that's why at times I would refer to a gathering. Kanyama is sitting at over 500,000. And looking at the type of hospital that we have there, or the grade, I don't think it will satisfy the needs in terms of health needs by the people of Kanyama. The government has got no plans according to the response. So now my question is, looking at that huge number of people in Kanyama, how do we make sure that the health services are brought closer to the people? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kanyama's the concerns raised by him concerning the population is correct, but the way to move immediately is not really by upgrading Kanyama. I think that Lusaka district has a huge population in the country. I think they have the highest number of people. And in Lusaka, we have 7 constituencies, and yet we have 6 level 1 hospitals, which are equivalent to a district hospital. And what we should be looking at is to decongest Kanyama by ensuring that, one, instead of having 6 level 1 hospitals, we should have 7 level 1 hospitals, meaning that Lusaka Central constituency should have its own level 1 hospital, because currently the population in Lusaka Central goes to other level 1 hospitals, including Chilenje, Kanyama, and wherever, but most times they go to the UTH and congest UTH, rather turning UTH into a district hospital. Yes, it's meant to be a national hospital. The second point also is to say that part of the population in Kanyama is from Chilanga district. So it's Chilanga district that requires a level 1 hospital, so that those who reside in Chilanga and part of Kanyama, those who are near.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, there's an indication from the Honorable Member for Chipili. He wants to raise a point of order. What's the point of order? You can use the next mic. You're on the wrong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point of order is on the Minister. She has been standing here for so many times, like where she was saying, in New Dawn government, there will be no level 1, level 2, but it has been continued. Now, mentioning level 1, level 2, is she in order to continue? What is the position? Contradicting herself, so that we know the position. Standing order number 65. Thank you.
I don't know whether it's a contradiction, because there are many hospitals leveled. Maybe she can explain. Since I can't speak on her behalf, maybe the Honorable Minister can clear the air. The Honorable Member for Chipili says he's getting confused, because you are referring to level 1 and...
My dear brother from Chipiri, I don't know what he's talking about, but basically, he is saying that he doesn't understand what level 1 hospital means. Level 1 hospital is a district hospital. That's what level 1 hospital is. Then we have level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. These are big hospitals. I think what he's referring to is the name of a mini hospital, which we have said, for us, there's no mini hospital. It's either you're a hospital or you're a health center. So for us, the mini hospital is just an improved modern health center. We don't call it a hospital because it doesn't have facilities. It's misleading. That's why you see people coming here, no, our mini hospital has no this, no this, because in their mind, they expect those things to be there if you call it a hospital. So I think that I hope that one day we'll have the time to come and give the HPCZ is actually working on that. Once they complete that, I'll bring it here, Madam Speaker, so that they don't get confused again. But
thank you very much. Is the Honorable Member for Chipili satisfied that there is no contradiction?
No, I'll wait for...
Or you can even engage, you can visit the Honorable Minister's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. May the Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I was saying that Lusaka district has 7 constituencies, and yet we have 6 level 1 hospitals. And because of that, there's congestion in the UTH caused by people of Lusaka Central. There's congestion in Matero because the next district, which is Chilanga constituency, which is also a district, has no level 1 hospital. So instead of us upgrading Kanyama on account that the population is large, we must build a level 1 hospital in Chilanga district so that the people of Chilanga do not come to Kanyama to cause congestion in Kanyama. And so that the people in Lusaka Central do not go to UTH to cause congestion because they will have their own level 1 hospital. And besides that, we have districts, Madam Speaker, in the rural parts of Zambia that don't even have anything. And instead of us piling everything in Lusaka at the expense of other districts of Zambia, we would rather ensure that every district of Zambia must have the basic level 1 hospital, which is a district hospital, according to what everybody is expecting. So all I was saying is that our priority will be, one, to complete outstanding projects, districts which have not completed. Chirawombwe, for example, the MP was talking about his district hospital, which was not completed. And a number of other districts in Zambia.
Or maybe if we can stick to Kanyama, we are opening the question too much. The other honorable members might want to ask other questions not related to this particular question. So, Honorable Minister, restrict yourself to Kanyama, to this particular
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the guidance. So, basically what I'm just saying is that our priority is not to upgrade Kanyama, but to make sure that outstanding projects are completed and districts are only built, level 1s are only built where there is none. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanyama.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and thank you, Honourable Minister, for the responses. I stand to be guided. If you look at Kanyama, I think the structure is there, where doctors, nurses are sufficient, and I believe the government has, fully funded the institution, of which I think if it's conferred with the status of a general hospital, it will be able to attend to all issues, cancer, any other issue without referring patients to other. Now that the staffing is in place, the structure is in place, funding is adequate for the hospital, is it not possible that we can consider, conferring it with the status of general hospital? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Health is an appeal.
Madam Speaker, we will be able to help Kanyama with some of the needs that they want. For example, issues of more human resource because of the fact that the numbers of the populations are high. And so even if it is a level 1 hospital, and level 1 hospital, according to the rules, are supposed to have a specific number of nurses, for example, and doctors. For Kanyama, we may allow them to have more on account of the population. And as it is, I think that's what we've been doing actually. So to upgrade it just by changing the name, that now this hospital this clinic has been declared as a district hospital, I don't think it's the best way. Those are the kind of pronouncements that have put us in trouble as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mwembeji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health is saying that that hospital in Kanyama actually is being congested. Very true, because many people who are coming to that hospital are also coming from Shivuyunji, which is Mwembeshi. My question is, Honorable Minister, are you able to come to this house or to the members of parliament, bring a list of the district hospitals you are trying to build, so that we do not always ask you that when are you building in Shivuyunji, because we don't have a hospital there in Shivuyunji district. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a policy statement was made on the floor of this House on government's commitment in ensuring that all districts in Zambia should have a district hospital, except that obviously it has to be within the budgetary provisions. So it is our desire that Shivuyunji should have a district hospital. But like I said, we are finishing what was left behind, and also every year we will be constructing. And, I think that the idea to bring the plan in advance is a good idea so that MPs would be able to know that for this year's budget, we are doing this place and this place and that place. And then maybe next year, at least in terms of 5 years focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question will be asked by the Honorable Member for by prior arrangement again. Will be asked by the Honorable Member from Sanzara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 194.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member from Sazala, Mr. E. Daka, is asking the Minister of Health when the government will construct a level 1 hospital and staff houses in Usangaza district. What the cost of the project is, what time frame for the completion of the project is. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member, for asking this important question. As a matter of policy, the government has plans to construct a first-level hospital and corresponding staff houses in all the new districts in a phased approach. Therefore, Lungusangazi district will ultimately benefit from this province. The House may wish to note that the current focus of government is to complete ongoing projects such as the completion of the 36 district hospitals countrywide, the completion of the construction of health posts, and implementation of the presidential directive to construct maternity wings with all the necessary needs. According to question B, Madam Speaker, the cost of the project will only be known at the time of implementation. Madam Speaker, time frame also will be known at the time of implementation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honourable Member from Sanzana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the assurance that we'll definitely have one. But I would like to find out when will this be, Madam Speaker, because the people from Sanzara, they are aiming for this district hospital, because we don't have even one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Time frame, Madam Speaker, I cannot commit that. Suffice to say that it is our wish that all the districts should have a district hospital, because that is how it should be. So within our budgetary allocations, we shall continue to construct. For this year, like we said, we are going to do 36, and we hope next year, all things being equal, the Minister of Finance, with the new mines coming in Chilabombwe, with all the good things happening, the money is coming, we are very sure that the future is bright under the new Dawn government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go back now, we revert to our order of proceedings. We got the next question, the Honourable Member for Milenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 183.
The Honourable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Chonde, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Milenge, parliamentary constituency, is asking the Minister of Local Government whether there are plans to rehabilitate Kapalala Lungo Mukuta Road in Milenge parliamentary constituency, and that B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. At C, he wishes to know if there are no plans, why it is so. Madam Speaker, in response to the question raised by the colleague, Honourable Member of Parliament for Milenge, Mr. Chonde, I wish to inform the August House as follows. At A,
Order, Honourable Members, can we tone down? Can we tone down as we consult? May the Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam. Indeed, government does have plans to rehabilitate rural roads in the country. That shall include Kapalala Lungo Mukuta Road in Milenge Parliamentary Constituency. The plans will be implemented under the 2025-2026 work plan, subject to the availability of funds. Further, the local authorities are encouraged to procure, as many have done, earth-moving equipment through the Constituency Development Fund to help in rehabilitation of local roads. At sea, the plans are indeed there, Madam, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Milenge.
Thank you, Minister, for the answers. The entire road sector in Milenge district is in a deplorable state. But what's so special about this one, even as we discuss now, they are cut off. So we are trying to get your ministry's attention. We have the equipment quite okay, but we need to be supplemented in the sense that I will explain just to give you a little bit of information. Our wish list for 2024 is 124 million. The CDF allocation is 13.5. It will take us 10 years to just attend to the needs of 2024. So we are in a in a very delicate situation. The community over there, they're cut off. Are there measures that we can supplement our efforts? We have the equipment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament for Milenge. Honorable Member of Parliament for Milenge, there is no supplementation of any effort from your end, because even the equipment that you bought came from the government fund called Constituency Development Fund. So the first step, as we encourage all the constituencies to procure these equipments, it should be well known that this money is government money. The point that I drove here was that in the year coming, 2025-2026, we will put money aside, subject of that very money being available to complement the efforts that we have, together with yourselves, budgeted for in procuring this yellow equipment. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that in many constituencies, such as maybe Chembe, that I'm very sure about because I did go to commission the yellow machines there, many constituencies have only seen these earth-moving equipment for the very first time since Zambia became independent. And so we are in the right direction in as far as we are concerned, and we do sympathize, especially with the comment that the Honorable Member of Parliament stated that many areas are cut off as a result of the current situation. The development agenda that we have as a party in office in government is that with the direction that we have taken, after this year's run, this particular term's run, I'm quite sure that you will be okay in your constituency, because these yellow machines are supposed to run 12 months in a year on a non-stop basis unless they are disturbed by rain. So we will be fine. I am also cognizant of the fact that we'll need culverts. We'll also need that at crossing points. I invite you, honorable colleague, to the office, and I ask you to speak to your council secretary to put BOQs where we need crossing points so that we can complement the efforts that you, my dignified honorable member of parliament, is the effort that you are putting to make the living standard of your people comfortable.
Thank you very much. Any further, Honorable Member for Milenge, any further supplementary questions?
It's just an acknowledgement of the invitation that is given. I need to really furnish you with the challenges that we have in that particular area. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We move to the next question to be asked by the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question 184.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kabwe Central, Ms. Halwindi, does ask the Minister of Tourism whether government has plans to construct a museum in Kabwe Central Parliamentary constituency, and further on asks if so, when these plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, in our quest to respond to the question, the government has plans to construct a museum in Kabwe Central Parliamentary constituency. My ministry, the Ministry of Tourism, through the National Museums Board, has engaged the Kabwe Municipal Council, who are willing to have a museum established in Kabwe. And in the next question, Madam Speaker, when will these plans be implemented? Madam Speaker, our engagement between the National Museums Board and Kabwe Municipal Council on the development of the museum is ongoing. The next stage in the plans is for the ministry, in collaboration with the Kabwe Municipal Council, to identify the land, the size, location, and obviously the financing of this particular grand project. The implementation plans will commence once the logistical arrangements have been put in place. Madam Speaker, question C falls off. I submit.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Minister, for the answers. And the people of Kabwe are excited that at least the government has got plans to construct a museum. And there's just a follow-up question now. Kabwe is in a hurry to be pronounced as a city, to be given a city status. You know, with the coming of the museum is one of the infrastructure that will help us to attain that status. Now, once the museum is constructed, and once you succeed in bringing back the Broken Hill skull, are you going to bring it to Kabwe Museum or Broken Hill Museum, whatever name is going to be given? And also the item that my brothers used during the time of the massacre when they are killing people. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, indeed, the National Museum Board is not short of artifacts to be placed in that particular museum. I'm very delighted that my ministry has already been in talks with the Natural History Museum of London to see how best we could return our moved artifact, which is obviously the Broken Hill Man. And also, just recently, Madam Speaker, we have within our Lusaka Museum here artifacts related to the Melody brothers. So at the time when this particular museum is built in Kabwe, we will definitely bring, and it is our desire, Madam Speaker, that the iconic Broken Hill should be taken back to Kabwe. Obviously, what is important is that when it comes, when it's being returned, that particular artifact should be able to find that that particular museum that is being in question right now would have been built. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Chirubi, you're finding yourself in Kabwe. What's your question? Supplementary question?
Madam Speaker, I would like to state that the question is a bit national because I would like to believe that the museum, what makes Kabwe as to be a museum center, much of it is the history of Zambia. And I wanted to make a follow-up question on what the minister said. You would excuse my language that I find the minister's question, answer on the Broken Hill as a bit casual, because he has answered on this floor before about the Broken Hill. Maybe if the minister possibly could give the roadmap in when the Broken Hill would be brought to Zambia, so that it justifies the museum establishment in Kabwe.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I could have imagined that my response was more than sufficient when I did allude to the fact that eventually one of the drawcards of us having to build a museum in Kabwe Central was the very fact that my ministry is working tirelessly to bringing back the Broken Hill. Now, with regards to the roadmap, Madam Speaker, I do remember very, very well, and vividly so, that I stood in this House giving a detail on some of the discussions that we've had between my ministry and that of the National History Museum of London. And if the Honourable Member for Chilubi would be kind enough to join me for a nice cup of coffee this evening on an Ash Wednesday, I'll be able to give him a whole roadmap on what it is that I had explained here not so long ago in our House with regards to the roadmap for Broken Hill. And I'm glad to also make mention that over and above what we have regarding the Maroni brothers, regarding the Broken Hill, we also have the Bulungushi Local Authority, which needs to be documented. And which better place should we have to house that particular information other than a museum which would be based in Kabwe Central? Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Member for Chilubi, there is an invitation for a cup of coffee. Today being Ash Wednesday, but I'm sure you will not indulge in eating some meat. Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Madam Speaker, this one is just to appreciate. I know most of the schools has been coming to Lusaka just to watch what is in the museum, that I really appreciate. But just another follow-up question. Once we succeed to bring back the Broken Hill man, I'm worried because now I know from the National Museum Act, the fees that are applicable is maybe about 6 kwacha that people pay in these museums. When are you going to bring the bill to repeal or to revise the act? That's my follow-up question. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And just to thank my Honourable Member of Parliament for Kabwe Central for that very, very important question. Madam Speaker, if my memory serves me right, the National Museum Act, the National Museum Board is actually sitting on an act of 1966, which obviously is one of the acts which, as when we moved from government and when I moved into office, is one of the acts that we are working on to ensuring that we repeal and replace. Now, as per usual, the museum is one such place which obviously we all know is a sanctuary, is a place where most of the history is being kept. And as per usual, us sitting on that Act of 1966 will yield us no results. And that is the reason why, Madam Speaker, I implore my colleague members of Parliament here that at the time when that bill is brought to Parliament, we expect as a ministry a resounding support from each and every parliamentarian to ensure that that act is repealed and replaced so that we see more of such museums being built across the country. Currently, Madam Speaker, I have 5 museums, Livingstone, Lusaka, Motomoto, and 2 others dotted across the country. It will be very important that we have the 6th one, which will be based in Kabwe Central. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Madam Speaker, I thank you most sincerely. Honorable Minister, I thank you most sincerely for your responses. And Madam Speaker, taking advantage of this question, permit me to congratulate Honorable Imanga Wamunyima as chairperson of APNAC as resolved by members of Africa Parliamentary Network Zambian chapter, replacing Honorable Maus Walyasampa as APNAC. We believe in integrity and morality. Congratulations, Honorable Manga. I suppose you should be attending a committee meeting anyway. Honorable Minister, your responses have not given us the budget line for the museum. Is there any budget line? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister, although there is no such question, maybe the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do believe that my colleague, Member of Parliament here, was following up on the committee proceedings of the APNAC. And in my response, it was very, very clear, very clear, of where I mentioned that the budget and all logistics would only happen or will only be ascertained when the Kabwe Municipal Council finds the piece of land, the size, and also the BOQ. That is not in the preserve of my museum's board. That was very, very clear, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Mwembeji, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, our standing order 65. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Lumezi was congratulating a single man from, I don't know which party it is, that he is the chairperson for APNAC, and congratulating him. Madam Speaker, we have not even had our elections, and we are yet to have them. Is it in order to mislead the nation and mislead himself that that man is the chairperson? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The only challenge that we have is honorable members go outside, bring information which is only peculiar to themselves, and they make it a subject of debate on the floor of the House. I don't know whether the elections took place or they didn't take place. All the honorable member for Mes was doing was congratulating. Whether there were elections or not, I don't know. If the elections were not held, then the honorable member for Mes is out of order. Otherwise, there is no harm in congratulating and acknowledging each other when we achieve a certain, regardless of which political party. I think we can make progress. The next question will be asked by the honorable member for Usakili.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 185.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member, Mr. Kalovo, is asking the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development the following questions. A, how the Black Mountain Consortium in Kitwe District was constituted. B, how many women and the youth benefited from the 30% that government allocated to the consortium during the period February 2022 to February 2023. C, whether government has any plans to increase the percentage allocation to cooperatives in order to ensure more people benefit from the project. And D, if there is no such plans, why? We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. A, the Black Mountain Consortium in Kitwe District was constituted by government under the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development through a multi-sectoral consultative process involving ZCCM, involving government, ZCCM IH, Mkana Alloy and Smelting Company Limited, local leaders, and the informal miners were operating at the dump site. B, over 11,000 women and over 7,000 youth benefited from the 30% that government allocated to the consortium during the period February 2022 to February 2023. The answer to C, just to remind the House, C was whether government has any plans to increase the percentage allocation to cooperatives in order to ensure more people benefit from the project. The answer to that one is government is not in a position to increase the allocation as the Black Mountain belongs not to government but to Nkana Alloys, which is a private company. D, the 30% that was allocated to government by Nkana Alloys in 2022 has been exhausted. The remaining part of the slag dump is now wholly owned 100% by Nkana Alloys, which is a private entity that has since constructed a mineral processing plant to process the slag. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Usakiri, do you have any? After. Okay, then we'll skip you. The Honorable Member for Kamfisa.
Madam Speaker, the Minister, in responding, has indicated that the 30% that was utilized by the youth in Kitwe and the parts of the Copper Belt has been exhausted. And I'm sure from his experience, the mine site that we are referring to is not the only place where we have a Black Mountain in Zambia. I want to find out from the Minister. Minister, given the experience that the Ministry has had with the Black Mountain in Kitwe, do we have a strategy on how the youth will participate in other pieces of Black Mountains in different other mine sites? Have we developed a strategy given the experience that we've acquired from this particular mine site? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, and I thank the Honorable Member for Kamfisa for that follow-up question. But to avoid really opening up, it's generally accepted that when we refer to the term Black Mountain, we are talking about the slag dump in Nkana. And therefore, the strategy for other sites, I think for now, Madam Speaker, is a separate issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So probably, maybe, Honorable Member, you can put in a question because that is a separate issue. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, would you shed more light on how these beneficiaries of the 30% were identified? Bearing in mind that this slag dam, which was co-owned by ZCCMIH and Nkanaroi, is domiciled in Kitwe district. How were the beneficiaries? Because the complaints that we got were from the main youths, were that actually the beneficiaries were not only youths and women of Kitwe. Many senior people took advantage and benefited from the same slag dam at the expense of the deserved youth clubs and women clubs. How were these beneficiaries identified in order to allay those fears from the stakeholders? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In answer to the follow-up question from Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, the Black Mountain Community Empowerment Program, which is the one he's referring to, under the Kitwe District Commissioner's Office, was officially launched on 30th April 2022 by the Minister of Mines and Mineral Development. This was done in Kitwe. At the time of the launch, a total of 1,200 cooperatives from 5 constituencies in Kitwe, and of course a few cooperatives from other districts on the Copper Belt, had already submitted applications. And total funding of 4.995 million been received to date since the inception of the program. So, government attempted to restrict this to the constituencies in Kitwe, which is where the Black Mountain is. But we do accept that there were a few cooperatives from other districts, not from elsewhere, but from other districts on the Copper Belt. So this is how they were selected. The main beneficiaries are those from the constituencies, 5 of them from Kitwe district, plus a few from other Copper Belt districts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the follow-up question to the Minister of Mines. Minister, I just wanted to find out, drawing on the lessons that we have learned in the escapades at Black Mountain, what style does government intend to use in allocating these facilities in future to consortium? Are you going to prefer foreign investors to get a larger proportion, or you're going to exclusively give it to local investors? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for... he's dragged me back to answering a question on other slag dams on the Copper Belt, which I was trying to avoid. However, a quick analysis of other slag dams on the Copper Belt. These are currently owned by private entities. What happened with this particular Black Mountain in Nkana is it was owned by these Nkana alloys, and after having purchased it from ZSSM-IH, and the discussions and arrangements with government, they surrendered 30% to government, and the government gave this to the consortium. So one cannot answer what will happen with other slag dams. As I've said, these already are owned by private entities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Black Mountain in Kitwe is similar to the Black Mountain in Mufurira. Governments have come, the Black Mountain in Kitwe has been offered to cooperatives, but in Mufurira it remains a difficult thing to do.
Order.
So I want to find out from the Minister of Mines. Oh, thank you.
As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on Parliament Television. Business will resume at 17 hours. And on the floor of the House, just before the break, was Kankoyo lawmaker, Mr. Mabeta. He was just about to ask a follow-up question. This is in line with a question that has been asked by Usakile MP, Mr. Kalowo. He did ask the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development how the Black Mountain Consortium in Kitwe district was constituted, how many women and youths benefited from the 30% that the government allocated to the consortium from February 2022 to February 2023, and whether the government has any plans to increase the percentage allocation to cooperatives in order to ensure more people benefit from the project. And so members of parliament are actually asking follow-up questions regards this particular question. So far, 6 questions have been tabled on the floor of the House. A total of 15 questions are expected to be discussed on the floor of the House under Standing Order number 74.
So when business resumed this afternoon at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker did make an announcement in which she did remind the House on the rules of procedure governing matters of urgent public importance, understanding Order 134 and 135 over the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. So right now we'll go for a break. Stay glued right here on Parliament Television as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you.
Honorable Chala Po, Member of Parliament for Chipiri Constituency, Chipiri District in Luapula Province. I'm married, I was born in 1964. I have children, they are 8. Yeah, some of them they are independent. I have one who is working in mines in Mfulira. He's an electrical engineer, she's a girl. I have another one who has done economics. He's also working somewhere, but I still have my children who are going to school. The school background is I completed my secondary school at Zambia Secondary School in Wapura Province. Then I joined Roads RD. That time it was Roads Department, and I went to NIPA, where I studied law, so I have a diploma in law from NIPA. Basically, then from there I continued working in Roads Department. I resigned. Then I went into private business. From there, they created road development agents. Then I joined on RDA on contracts. Yeah, so I've been working there in roads RDA as I was a web bridge supervisor, manager. From there, I was promoted to web bridge inspector of northern part of Zambia. My constituency has a population roughly 36,000 people who are there. You know, my constituency is a plateau. Okay, so the activities there is just farming, but of late, that's where now you can find manganese. The area is very rich in manganese, and there is one of the biggest mines which is coming up. I'm sure within this month the president is going to go there to open officially that mine. So there are a lot of activities that is going on manganese. Although most of these people who are mining, we are calling them illegal miners because they have not yet been given the licenses. Yeah. Apart from mining, people depends on farming. Basically, that's what I can say about my constituency. My development agenda in PD firstly, you know, it was a new district which was created recently. The first priority that I want to be done is the construction of district hospital. This is very, very cardinal. It's very important because my people are facing a lot of problems in accessing such a facility. Whenever they want to be attended to. They have to be traveling all the way from Chipiri to Mansa Central Hospital. So I'm trying to push the government to ensure that Chipiri Hospital, district hospital, is constructed. The other issue I want to engage, that I've already engaged the government, is to construct the skills training center. So because of these CDF funds, we have a lot of challenges where we are sending our boys and men to these skill training institutions. You can imagine all people in Wapula, they are only flocking to 2 training institutions, which is not enough. So most of these our people are being sent away because of lack of space. So we are trying to urge the government to ensure that at least if a steel training center is constructed in my area, I think it will help a lot to our people. I'm also going to ensure that we procure desks, because this is a very major issue that we are facing in Chipiri district. In most of the schools have no desks. So in order for us to actualize that, we have already applied to the local government minister to give us the permission to use the part of the CDF funds which is supposed to be allocated to the boarding schools. As you know, in my constituency, there is only 1 boarding school. So meaning that there is a big chunk of money, about over almost 4 million, which has not been utilized. Because so we have, for us to use that money, we have to get authority. So that's what we have done, and we are waiting for the ministry to approve, to give a go-ahead, so that we can now procure desks to ensure that our children are safe. They are sitting, they start sitting on a good environment, that is desks. So it's very, very important that if that could be done, I think we're going to help our people. The people of Chipiri, what I could say is that there's this money, empowerment funds that we are giving to cooperatives. It's not to share that money. It's to uplift the standard of living within ourselves in Chipiri. So we need, when you are given that money as a cooperative, you need to invest and make that project grow. That's the time you are going to benefit, unlike where you share the money today, immediately you get, you are not going anywhere. So the purpose and the intention of the government will not be actualized.
Okay, my name is Chipoka Mlenga. I'm Member of Parliament for Chingola constituency under the United Party for National Development. I am currently working as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. President Hakainde Hichilema was gracious enough to give me the opportunity to serve the Zambian people as Minister in Commerce, Trade and Industry. And under his leadership and mentorship, I am learning quite a lot of things to serve the Zambian people to the best of my ability within the given time and the given resources. I have been married for the past 16 years to a young lady that I met at university, at the Copperbelt University, Likonge Makai. She is an electrical engineer. She's been a very, very good source of encouragement to myself in many, many other spheres and aspects of life. Together, God has blessed us with twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 14 years old. And I am born from Mr. and Mrs. Mlenga. My father is Aston Chilufya Mlenga, my mother is Monica Mlenga, and from 7 children, I'm the 5th, 2 girls and 5 boys, of which I'm the 5th one. Before joining politics, I worked in my private life. When I just graduated from university, I joined the local government, Mufulira Municipal Council, where I worked as a management trainee, or should I say an intern, for some time, barely 3-4 months, before I joined Konkola Copper Mines from 2006 until 2021, when I left the mining industry. And I worked in the mining industry, serving many different portfolios, until such a time when my affiliation into politics, you know how the past government was quite oppressive and very vengeful in many different ways to people that were perceived to be against them. And indeed, I spoke so much loudly against the tyranny rule of the past government, the injustices that we saw, the uneven distribution of wealth among the general public, among many other things. So deliberately, after being incited by some non-members of parliament then, 2 of them, I was declared redundant. Graciously, gladly, I left. I walked away in 2021, and I will be very clear and glad that through my media engagements on radio and TV, President Hakainde Hichilema identified me. And then I was given a chance to contest the seat under the UPND because I was coming in from the alliance to work together, and that is a decision I have never regretted. Well, my constituency is a very cosmopolitan constituency in terms of creed, ethnicity and religion. You know, it has got rural communities, it has got peri-urban, and it has got urban communities. It is the biggest in population constituency on the Copper Belt. It has got a registered number of almost 100,000 people. This is in the 90,000, almost 100,000 registered number of voters, and I'm very optimistic that in the coming elections it will be even more. So this is an election that you really have to pay particular attention to the needs of the people, because the needs that are in a certain ward are different from the needs in a different one. So you have to pay particular attention to the needs of each constituent ward and give development based on their customized needs. And it has been made easy to provide this development by the enhanced CDF by the President that he has given us, which is being released on a timely basis. I can assure you that I've got 18 wards in my constituency, and in these wards, the needs in Chingola Central are different from the needs in Ipafu, Mudenda, Chabanyama, and other places. So others are asking for boreholes to get decent water facilities. Others are asking for markets as trading places, and we are giving them. Others are asking for crossing points in terms of bridges. Others are asking for road networks. But within the resources we have and the time frame we have, we are able now to provide these facilities. Obviously, as resources are coming on board within the given year that we are doing, but definitely we are reaching out. So it's an amazing one. And one thing that I can tell you about my constituency is it has got more of women and youth. So our youths are very dynamic in their needs. So this is something that, as Member of Parliament, it's not also just as easy as it may be perceived, because the needs of the youth are different and they change given time that evolves as every day passes. So I also have to pay particular attention to their needs and see how we don't leave them behind. In the past, youths could just be called cadres, but I'm very happy that we cadres now are not just seen as cadres. Because of the enhanced CDF and how the financing system has come in this country, we the cadres are part of the value chain in development. we are given opportunities not only to lie in the streets and wait for members of parliament to give us squatches and coins. We are beginning to participate in the project that CDF is providing, but contribute and also be engaged in educational facilities like the grants that are being given for training plumbers, teachers, and many other people. So I'm very excited that as dynamic as it may be, as cosmopolitan as it may be, it has given me an opportunity to understand people in depth and learn management skills. But definitely a lot of insight is coming in, even from the President himself, and I engage a lot the Provincial Minister, Honorable Matambo, who has spent a lot of time in many different places, and we talk a lot and learning from one another, and he's been very supportive. We have to believe in the system, and collectively as a team we will achieve. We have to understand that we used to struggle in the past. Just to get water to run from a borehole that was sunk by government at Chwempala was something that was never heard of. Today we have done it. We are talking about Monsenga, which had a health facility which was running from 7 o'clock to 14 hours. Now with enhanced CDF, we are putting up a mortuary and a maternity wing facility where our women can receive decent health maternity facilities, among many other things. So all I can tell the people of my constituency is let's keep engaging. Even from the criticism that is coming on board, we are drawing lessons, and collectively we will do something that will change our living standards. Look at Fipuya Bridge. It is always a river when it rains and people cannot cross to the other side. Others who have to, our women have to undress, our young boys have
There you have it, live pictures coming your way in the chamber in a few minutes from now, about 2 minutes from now. Live proceedings will continue as the House is considering questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. The House is currently considering question number 185, which is coming from Mr. Kalobo of Wusakili. He did ask the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development a question in 4 parts. That's how the Black Mountain Consortium in Kitwe District was constituted, how many women and youths benefited from the 30% that the government allocated to the consortium from February 2022 to February 2023, whether the government has any plans to increase the percentage allocation to cooperatives in order to ensure more people benefit from the project, and if there are no such plans, why. And so before the break, the Member of Parliament for Kankoyo constituency, Mr. Mabeta, was just about to ask a follow-up question. So we do expect Mr. Mabeta to finish off his follow-up question after the break.
So still coming up, we also expect Mr. Christopher Kangombe, Kamfisa Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Green Economy and Environment when the government will rehabilitate the water reticulation system at the Zambia Forestry College in Kamfisa Parliamentary Constituency, and in B, what the estimated cost of the project is. Thereafter, we also expect other questions to come through.
Mr. Lungo of Kapoche will ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development when the government will complete the construction of the following infrastructure in Sinda District, that's District Administration Office Block, residential houses, staff houses at Nyanje Mission Hospital, and staff houses at Sinda Day Secondary School, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is, and lastly, what the cost of the project is.
So Mr. Chinga Miutu, Karabo Central.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you for tuning in. So business can only be conducted once a quorum is formed or constituted. 1/3 of members of parliament need to be present in the House in order for business to be conducted. So as soon as that is done, business of the House will resume.
So still coming, we expect Mr. Chinga Miutu, Kalobo Central Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock what measures the government is taking to promote the rearing of cattle in rural areas countrywide, and what measures have been taken to control animal diseases in rural areas.
We also expect Mr. Mungandu of Chama South to ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development whether the government has any plans to construct bridges on the following crossing points on Chama Makamba Road in Chama South Parliamentary Constituency. That's Lumezi River, Lunzi River, Limunga Stream, Lundazi River, Lilundi River, Msalango River, Chisope River, Buzimu River, and Lupamanzi River. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why?
So Mr. Mishek Mutelo, Mitete Constituency Member of Parliament, is also expected to ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wants to find out in 3 parts whether the government has any plans to construct a bridge across the Zambezi River to connect to Lukulu and Mitete districts. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why?
Also expect Mr. Chibuye of Ron constituency to ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Just now we cross over to the chamber.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 185 on the order paper, asked by the Honorable Member for Usakili, and the Honorable Member for Kankoyo was asking a supplementary question. May the Honorable Member continue.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker was saying the Black Mountain in Kitwe is similar to the Black Mountain in Mufurira. In fact, the Black Mountain in Mufurira has got a lot of mineral content to the value of 60 billion kwacha as we are speaking today. Previous governments have found it very easy to give the Black Mountain in Kitwe to the youths. But the Black Mountain in Mufurira remains a problem. Now that the government of the Republic of Zambia, through His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, our president, has negotiated for a 49% stake of government share in Mupani, is the government going to consider to award that Black Mountain to the youth in Kankoyo? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to log in. I thank the Honourable Member for Kankoyo, where this mountain in Mufulira actually is in his constituency. As I said in one of my earlier answers, that all the slag dumps on the copper belt are owned by private entities. With respect to Mopani copper mines, I think the House is aware that discussions have been held, and the Mopani copper mines has now been hived off to a company called IRH, International Holdings Limited. So that Black Mountain, which is composed of granulated slag, is now owned by this new company. So any discussions on that mountain now has to be done with this new holding company. Suffice to say, as the Honourable Member is saying, the deal that was arrived at increased the stakeholding of government from what it was around 20% now to 49% in Mopani copper mines. So I think that is a good. That also implies that even the granulated slag dump at Mufulira is now owned to that extent by government, but still in private hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Usakili.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Minister, for your answers. Madam Speaker, the original question was, what is the composition of the Black Mountain? I've seen even on your order paper, the question has been changed to how the Black Mountain was composed. But nevertheless, we'll proceed in that fashion. Minister, you have ably explained to us how the Black Mountain, the composition of the consortium was formed. You have highlighted that it involved multi-stakeholder processes, where the CMIH, the community, Nkanaroi, and other stakeholders were involved. How then did this coincidence happen that the nominee shareholders, both at individual level and the business entity level, all of them, they are cadres from the UPND party, ranging from the provincial, youth chairman, and the district chairmen. How then was this coincidence happening? Because these the stakeholders who were involved, how did they land only on the names of the political cadres, district chairmen, provincial chairmen, and the security chairman for the province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, the composition of the consortium was carefully arrived at by consulting stakeholders.
Order, honorable members, our standing orders still remain in force. Let's avoid debating while we are seated or making running commentaries. Let's listen to the answers. The Honorable Minister may continue.
And on the basis of that careful composition and so on, a number of these cooperatives, which is 1,200 cooperatives from 5 constituencies of Nkana and a few from other copper belt districts, was arrived at. Now, when obviously you are carrying out these business decisions, party affiliations is very far from your consideration. The fact that now people can come in and attribute the composition to a particular party, I think that is that's not correct. All those that have been given to participate in these consortiums are residents of Kitwe, they are residents of Copperbelt, and they are Zambian citizens. Now, to imply that they just all of them belong to a particular party, I think that needs maybe further scrutiny. But that is not the position of government. We have given them to residents of Kitwe and the residents of the Copperbelt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sakile.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the House of Facts. Here, I have the printout from Pakra. With your indulgence, I'll lay it on the table. Minister, all the people here, Black Mountain is in Musakira constituency and Nkana. I'm just next to Nkana constituency, yes. Member of Parliament here. We've been scrutinizing the names. I've not seen a member from Musakira community. He has not seen anyone from his constituency. So it is very clear, these are people we know. The names are here in this document. Now, Madam Speaker, in my second question, I take interest on these beneficial, who has beneficial owners, these by shares. who also happen to be, we have 3 names, who happen to be, number 1, the provincial chairman, who I will not mention, you know who is the provincial chairman for Copper Belt. Number 2, the vice provincial chairman, who at that time was the district chairman. The 3rd one is the chairman security for the UPND. These 3. How did they acquire shares? Because legally, these are the owners, the ones who have shares by, who own shares by share. So how did they acquire these shares? Did they buy? Since you have told this house that Ngana Arrow is surrendered 30% to government.
The honorable member for Sakiri, you maybe just by way of guidance, you are mentioning people who are not able to defend themselves. You are mentioning their names, and you can avoid even those positions. I'm sure it's public knowledge that a particular chairperson is so and so. So let's avoid mentioning people who are not able to defend themselves, because that is against our standing orders. Be more general in your questions. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mentioned that because I'm carrying the evidence printout from Pakra. However, your advice was taken, so Minister.
Okay, well that printout, is it an original?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
It's original document?
It's very original and in the color, Madam Speaker.
Black and white.
But even then, you cannot debate people or bring in people who are not in the house to defend themselves. Yes.
So, Minister, can you substantiate this coincidence and how these 3 individuals have taken interest on, and even the Company Act takes interest on such individuals who are the beneficial shareholders? How much did they pay to own these shares? Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, let me lay evidence on the yes.
Let it bring it to the clerk so that they verify that it's an original. Otherwise, if it's a copy, it needs to be certified as a true copy. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Sakiri has asked me to substantiate certain information which he has mentioned. Madam Speaker, what I can substantiate is the statement that I've given with regard to the composition of the consortiums of the cooperatives for the Black Mountain. The information I've given, Madam Speaker, is that a total of 1,200 cooperatives from 5 constituencies in Kitwe and a few cooperatives from other districts they constitute this particular consortium. Now, with regard to the numbers or the names and the positions that he has given, that is not for me to substantiate. I can substantiate the information that I've given to this House. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I think we have spent a lot of time on this. I'll allow 2 more questions in the order of indication. The Honorable Member from Mukush South.
Black Mountain Takwanga. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that the consortium of 1,200 plus cooperatives are among the beneficiaries of the Black Mountain. There was a question where Honorable Kampiong asked you, what criteria did you use to choose these cooperatives? But then I didn't get you clearly. May you repeat the answer? What criteria did you use to choose the beneficiaries? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, a request that you repeat yourself.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The criteria was that these have to come from Kitwe District, and from Kitwe Districts, all the 5 constituencies of Kitwe District people were obtained from there to form these cooperatives. We have also accepted that there were a few cooperatives from other towns of the Copper Belt. There was no cooperative from outside the Copper Belt. So the criteria was to benefit the people of Kitwe and a few people from Copper Belt, cooperatives. So in terms of ownership, why we are now going into individuals, I'm not sure why we're doing that. What we have mentioned is these consortiums are made up of cooperatives, 1,200 cooperatives. The benefits from these slag dams have been immense, including helping communities, rehabilitation of ablution blocks at CBU, university unions, community schools, primary schools, infrastructure rehabilitation of Luanga Township clinic clubs with catchment of 45,000 people, and other community-related activities like funerals, medical aid, disasters, the displaced marketeers and vendors. So as far as government is concerned, this has been very, very positive, except the question that came here. And the answer to it was that the 30% that was allocated to these cooperatives has since been exhausted, and the 70% that remains is in private hands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, several cooperatives benefited 10,000 kwacha each through the consortium by the District Commissioner's Office, 10,000 kwacha per cooperative. Then 126 households were affected by blasting through the operations of blasting in the Black Mountain. So how much was given per household as compensation, those 126 households that were affected? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
The Honorable Mr. Katambo, my knowledge of Copper Belt is those who live in mining communities, and the Usakiri is one of them, very close to mining operations. In Changa, in North, and places like that. Kankoyo, Kantanshi, normally affected by activities of the mine. Okay. The answer here was not about compensating the people that live close to that. That might well be a totally separate question. But my experience is that those who live close to mining operations, and I can name all Copper Belt towns, they are normally affected by activities on the mine, including blasting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as we continue, maybe you can refresh your minds on the requirements of parliamentary decorum and etiquette in the House. I will particularly refer to those honorable members who are making running commentary and noise in the background to read Standing Order 2042, F, G, and H. Just refresh your minds, please. Don't invite me to enforce those standing orders. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kamfisa. So apologies, by prior arrangement, this question will be asked much later. Apologies, Honorable Member for Kamfisa. By prior arrangement, there was a request that we call this question much later. So we'll go to the next. The next question will be asked by the Honorable Member for Kapoche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 188.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Kapoche, Mr. Lungu, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, A, when government will complete the construction of the following infrastructure in Kapoche parliamentary constituency, which is 1, district administration office block, 2, residential houses, 3, staff houses at Nyanje Mission Hospital, and 4 staff houses at Cinder Day Secondary School. B, what the cause of the delay in completing the projects is, and C, the cost of each project. The answer to A, 1, the construction of Cinder District Administrative Office block in Kapoche parliamentary constituency will only be completed once funds for the remaining works are secured by the Treasury and a new contractor is procured. 2, construction of 20 low-cost houses by National Housing Authority in the Cinder District is currently ongoing and are expected to be completed by the end of the 4th quarter of 2024. 3, construction of 2 high-cost houses attached to the Civic Center and the 10 medium-cost houses in the Cinder District will only be completed once funds for the remaining works are secured and a new contractor is procured. 4, the construction of staff houses at Nyanje Mission Hospital in the Cinder District was completed and the houses are now occupied. 5, construction of staff houses at Cinder Day Secondary School in the Cinder District will be completed once funds for the remaining works are mobilized. B, the delay in completing the project is due to funding constraints. C, the cost for each project is as follows. 1, District Administration Office Block, 2,524,090 kwacha 40 ngwe. Residential houses, the 20 low-cost houses, is 11,849,608 kwacha 8 ngwe. And the 10 medium-cost houses is 4,684,692 kwacha 48 ngwe. The 2 high-cost houses is 1,342,618 kwacha 8 ngwe. And the staff houses at Nyanje Mission Hospital, those are 5,398,899 kwacha 84 ngwe. And the 27 staff houses at Cinder Day Secondary School is 12,457,949 kwacha. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Kapoche, do you have any?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your elaborate answers. I come from Kapoche constituency, and Kapoche constituency is a rural constituency. I know government has no funds. These are the answers that you ministers have been giving us almost a daily basis. What is more worrying is over the school. Cinder was declared a district in 2011, and almost all these infrastructures started around that time. You may wish to know that all government offices are occupying almost they are being in one building where all government businesses are being deliberated. And this is posing a danger since we have airborne diseases, which is posing danger to our civil servants. I must say that Cinder in Eastern Province has been coming #1 in grade 12 exams. We are doing very well. And this...
Honorable Member, if you could ask your supplementary questions. It's not time for debating. Just ask your question.
Right, Madam Speaker, but I just wanted to give a background. We are doing very fine in Sinda, but the government is not supportive to what our civil servants are doing. As I'm talking, some of the teachers are sleeping in a classroom.
Probably you can move a motion for debate or something like that. Now is asking supplementary questions.
Maybe my question would be, since the government has got no funds at the moment, when do you think, would you give a time frame so that the people of Kapoche, Sinda in particular, at least they can have a hope as when these problems can come to an end? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for Kapoche for that follow-up question. And I do sincerely sympathize with him and the people of Kapoche for the non-completion of the buildings pertaining to the district and, of course, the educational facilities. But let me assure the Honourable Member that this predicament is not just specific to Kapoche or Sinda, it is throughout the country. If we ask our fellow members of parliament here, each one of them will come up with uncompleted projects in the constituency. This is as a result of the lack of funds, the state of our economy, and so on. Quite rightly, the Honourable Member stated that some of these started in 2011. I can go through each one of these projects when they started. Okay. The district administration block was 25th February 2015. That's when it started. The 10 medium cost houses was 21st October 2014. That's when it started. The 2 high-cost houses in the district office, they started on 21st October 2014. Staff houses at the Nyimba Mission Hospital started on 2nd January 2017. The 27 staff houses at Sinda Secondary School started in July 2013. So these are the problems that we inherited as a government. And that's why you see that this new Dawn government is focusing on putting the economy right so we can have the resources to complete these projects. Most of these would require loan funding. And as long as we have this predicament of resolving the issues of the loans, rescheduling the loans, it is not possible to go out for fresh loans. And that's why we require your support in our effort to resolve the issues of debt, which was left over by your administration. That's what we say. When these things are done, it's the desire of the new Dawn government that all infrastructure that were started, because government money was used, will be completed. So please support us so that we can complete the work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being very closer to Kapoche, let me just ask a question to the Minister of Infrastructure. Then, Chair, please, Speaker, Madam Speaker, please permit me to just beg the Minister of Infrastructure that if there is a need for the government to look for money to pay out debts, I have a solution. Maybe you don't have the solution. If you want, you can consult me. That solution I'll give willingly, free of charge, to this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In addition to that, Minister, the projects which were started in 2013, 2014.
Maybe before we lose that, the Honorable Minister is indicating that he wants to respond. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member for Nyimba, where the wisdom has come from all of a sudden to be a consultant on issues of dates. Where were you when this date was being incurred and failing to pay it, such as defaulting in November 2020? Why didn't you use your consultative wisdom to advise the then government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Nyimba is the wise man from the East.
Thank you.
May the Honorable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I'm one of the wise from the East. And surely if I was part of that government, they would have not, maybe they would have not contracted that debt. I would have advised them. Now, I was not part and parcel of them. Thank you. In addition to that, Minister, if you look in 2013 and 2014, a good number of projects were started by then government headed by Michael Chilufya-Sata, and after his demise, all projects went to bed. My question is, you listen to your answers since you formed government. Are we going to see your government fail to complete this project just like your predecessors failed to complete? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is interesting because the Honorable Member for Nyimba says that these projects were started during the reign of the late President, may his soul rest in peace, Mr. Michael Chilufya-Sata. And on his demise, everything came to a halt, or they stopped. Maybe this speaks to how we should choose our leaders to replace other leaders so that their programs continue. Obviously, you are implying that a wrong choice was made. What we are doing ourselves is ensure that we correct what was done wrongly. We have the resources, ability to borrow, so that we complete all the projects, including the ones under question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Slowly we are drifting away from the question that is on the floor of the House. That's why I usually avoid inviting other honorable members from other constituencies to come in. Let's hear from the owner of the question, the honorable member for Kapoche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I hear all what you have explained on the floor. My appeal is, I know the government is a big entity. One of these days, you'll come across, you'll find the monies which are needed. I'm just appealing to you that as you be making your programs, let Kapoche be one of your priority. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's more of an appeal. The honorable member for Lubanseshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Lubanseshi. And once more, I would like to also welcome the members of Parliament, including yourself, Madam Speaker, for this session. However, my question to the Minister, looking at 2024 national budget, I'm sure the government had to consider projects that were started, that's supposed to be completed. And I'm sure I expect that consideration. Now, since the Minister said he has no plans at the moment, Honorable Minister, do you have plans to engage private sector? Because private sector play an important role to supplement government's effort. Do you consider the private sector so that maybe they can come on board and help the situation in Kapoche. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Ruvanseshi. I do not recall that in my answer I said we have no plans. We did say we have plans, but contingent upon availability of resources from the National Treasury. With respect to engagement of the private sector, yes, in terms of infrastructure, roads, buildings, housing estates, we are actively looking for the private sector to come and engage with us in terms of developing housing estates to eat into the housing shortage that we have in the country. As to whether these specific projects would attract private sector, I remain skeptical because these are fairly small areas, and there are places where to get back your investment would perhaps be questionable. But going forward, where there is a big educational facility that requires to be developed or health facility, those are the things that we are discussing with the private sector, including housing development, especially housing estates of maybe 5,000, 10,000 houses. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Kawambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the Minister's response to the questions, he went further to say that they are hoping to finalize the restructuring of the debt that PF we left behind. And if this is done, then there will be more resources for them to do many more other projects and complete the projects that we left unfinished. Is the Honorable Minister confirming that the debt restructuring has not been finalized and that the big celebration that took place at the airport and all over the place, that the debt restructuring had been clinched, was a hoax? Madam Speaker, I would like the Honorable Minister to clarify. I thank you.
Definitely, Honorable Member for Kawambo, that question is not even related to the question. So that's why I was saying I'm reluctant sometimes to invite honorable members from other constituencies to participate in questions. So that is the very reason. I'm sure it's evident now. So let's make progress. And let's go back to the other question that we skipped. That was the question to be asked by the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I have the privilege to ask question number 186.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, Honorable Kangombe, is asking the Minister of Green Economy and Environment the following question: when the government will rehabilitate the water reticulation system at the Zambia Forestry College in Kamfinsa Parliamentary Constituency, and B, what the estimated cost of the project is. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by thanking Honorable Kangombe for requesting an update on the steps the ministry has taken to resolve the water supply challenge faced by the Zambia Forestry College, which falls under his constituency. Madam Speaker, the water reticulation system at the Zambia Forest College has become obsolete as it is over 75 years old. As a result, water supply to students and the community
has been a challenge with frequent leakages and breakages in the rusty metal piping system. Government has planned and allocated a sum of 1,711,000 kwacha in the 2023 budget to rehabilitate the water reticulation system at the Zambia Forestry College in Kamfisa Parliamentary Constituency. Madam Speaker, following the release of the said 1,711,000 kwacha as per 2023 budget, the Zambia Forestry College commenced and completed the procuring procedures, and I'm pleased to report that the phase 1 of the water network rehabilitation project was launched on 13th November 2023. Phase 1 involved the laying of a completely new water line consisting of 1 kilometer of 160 millimeter PVC pressure pipes from the Mwekela Dam pump house to the filtration tanks area, and another 400 meter of the 110 PVC high pressure pipes from the filtration tanks to the main overhead supply tank. The works also involved fencing the filtration tank area and refurbishing the clean water holding tank. The remaining works include changing the filtration, silica sand and the pebble stones in the 2 filter tanks in the filtration tanks area, and varying the design of the pump house at Mwekela Dam to enable it accommodate an additional standby pump. This will enable continuous supply of water to students even in an event where the other pump is being serviced or breaks down. Access to the pump house will also be enhanced in case the banks of the dam overflow. The deadline for completion was extended from 2nd January 2024 to 15th March 2024 to enable the contractor by the name of Image Civil and Electrical Engineering Limited find and procure 160 millimeter PVC pressure pipes. The said pipes have been out of stock since last December 2023 and January 2024. However, as of February 2024, the said pressure pipes have been sourced, procured, and installed. Under B, Madam Speaker, as regards to 2 motors pledged by Honorable Kangombe to be procured from the Constituency Development Fund and given to Zambia Forestry College, I would like to appeal to his office to expedite the procurement process through the Kitwe City Council to enable installation before the project ends. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, allow me first of all to put it on record that the estimated cost of replacing the water reticulation system has not been indicated in the response by the Minister. The reticulation system, Madam Speaker, covers the workers' compound, it covers the lecturers' compound, and obviously the classroom facilities. And I did not pick the figure correctly because 1.7 million kwacha would not be the correct amount to undertake all those major works that need to be undertaken. So firstly, Madam Speaker, I would want the Minister who's acting on behalf of the substantive Minister maybe to indicate how much money is required to undertake the entire project, not what was mentioned as 1.7 million kwacha, because that can't be the total cost of undertaking the replacement of waterworks that have existed
for 75 years? That would be my first question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Acting Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll stick to the amount I mentioned here because this is what has been provided by our technocrats, and that the cost of the works is at 1,711,000 kwacha, and that we are waiting for the pumps which the MP promised, which will be the cost under the CDF. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report again for placing on record the correct position. The correct position is that these funds were allocated in the 2022 allocation. There was a challenge between the utility company, which is Nkana Water and Sewerage, and the local authority on who is supposed to procure the pumps. But from our perspective as a constituency, I think we did our part, which is to allocate the resources. And I do hope that, I wish to throw it back to the Minister, that this clarification should be made on specialized procurements. Is it the local authority to procure the pumps, or it's the utility company, who in my view are the experts to handle such procurement? My second question, Madam Speaker, when do we expect that with the availability of the 2 pumps that will be procured, with the works that the ministry is undertaking, when do we expect that finally these works will be completed? I think I need to offer a report to the residents based on this interaction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I did provide this answer, that the deadline of completion was extended from January 2024 to 15th March. What this means is that we expect that by next month, by 15th March, we should have completed the project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. From what I see, I think you need to engage talking. You are talking at cross purpose. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa, is it possible for you to engage the Honorable Minister of Green Economy so that you can get the answers and you see where the project is going as you represent your people?
Madam Speaker, I will do that, and I've actually been doing that with a substantive minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder what the Honorable Member for Chilubi wants in Kamfinsa. Please be relevant to the question you have indicated. What's your question?
Madam Speaker, though I'm at pains because the questions are national questions. Mwekela is a national institution for everybody. And I've sent students here
The Honorable Member, this question is in relation to the rehabilitation of
yes, it's Mwekela.
This Kamfinsa
yes, it's Mwekela College.
Yes, so don't say that it has well. The question is specific, so please stick to the question.
I'll stick to the question, Madam Speaker, all the same. I would like to find out from the Minister. He used 2 words. He said that the system is obsolete, meaning that it should be replaced. Then later on, he used the word rehabilitation, meaning that when you are rehabilitating, there are certain installations that are maintained, and then you just follow for those that are supposed to be taken out. So I wanted to find out from the Minister to clarify which of those installations within the water education system would be maintained and which one of those would be taken out.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as indicated, I think most of the pipes are extremely old, and those are the ones that are being replaced. And obviously, around the water reticulation system, there could be some components that could be spared, but I don't have the exact information in terms of what will remain and what will go out. But suffice to say that most of the pipes that are completely dilapidated have been replaced. And those are the ones that We are hoping that by 15th March we'll have completed all of them to replace even those that were out of stock as at December. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We can make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 189.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central is asking a question in two parts. Part one is what measures the government is taking to promote the rearing of cattle in rural areas countrywide. And part two, what measures are being taken to control animal diseases in rural areas. Our response, Madam Speaker, in part one, the government has put in place the following measures to promote cattle rearing countrywide. One, my ministry has reserved resources for stocking and restocking of cattle among rural households countrywide. Two, promotion of production, processing, storage, and utilization of improved pastures. Three, sensitizing communities in sustainable rangeland management practices. Four, promoting the establishment of watering points for the cattle in order to reduce distances covered by animals in searching of water. Five, rolling out of artificial insemination services through the operationalization of artificial insemination satellite centers. Six, promoting PPP in the operationalization of livestock service centers. In Part B, Madam Speaker, in addition to the above measures, my ministry has put in place the following measures to control livestock diseases countrywide. One, heightening control of stock movement through regulations and enforcement. Two, timely vaccination against livestock diseases such as East Coast fever, contagious bovine pleural pneumonia, CBPP, foot and mouth disease, FMD, anthrax, and others. Three, enhancing animal health extension services. And four, expansion of animal vaccine production plant at the CVRI here in Lusaka. And five, operationalization of regional laboratories to take services closer to the livestock farmers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member Fonkana, please do not invite me don't invite me to employ the provisions of 208. Please, you've been laughing, making running commentaries. I've warned, I did bring it to your attention quietly, but you have continued. I don't know whether there's somebody who is tickling you there or you keep on laughing. I don't know whether you are laughing at the answers or the questions or what. I don't know. That is not acceptable, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, also the running commentaries. You keep on making running commentaries. Please desist from that. Supplementary questions? So the supplementary questions, Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would want to find out from the Honorable Minister about the laboratories, what she was talking about. How far is the completion of these laboratories, which were located in several provinces like Western Province? How far are they to being completed? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, laboratories that we have selected this year to be worked on, that includes the one we have in Mongo. So, Madam Speaker, in this year's budget, we have allocated resources that are going to be directed to these laboratories that we have selected in the country, such as Mongu, Kasama, Solwezi, Chipata, Choma. All these laboratories will be equipped this year. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chirubi. Honorable Member for Chirubi, this is now a countrywide question. Just to see the difference between the one earlier and this one. So you can ask your questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question, Madam Speaker, is that according to 2022 livestock survey, we have 4.6 million cattle. And on top is Southern Province, which is 2.2, followed by Central, which is 784, followed by Eastern, which is 699. Madam Speaker, I am more interested about the trend since the Minister read. In terms of improvement of where cattle has increased, you find that Southern Province is in the negative, same as Central and Eastern in terms of increment. The highest improvement of cattle was Muchinga, followed by Northern, followed by Western. In terms of numerical value, Western was the highest, contributing to the national, which is 65,000. Western increased by 35,000. Having said that, Madam Speaker, if you notice the trend, most of the cattle rearing areas fall in agroecological zone number 2. And the improvements are in the agroecological zone number 3. Is the ministry considering, since pasture and water is very important to cattle rearing, is the ministry considering to allocate some of the farmers in areas where the climate is favorable? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. How many do you have, Honorable Member? How many cattle do you have? Well, that's on a lighter note. You don't even have to answer. You have how many?
70.
70? Wow. Congratulations. Well done. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, there's need to consider provinces such as Muchinga, Luapula, Northern, where we feel the conditions are very favorable. But there's a lot that the ministry is trying to put in place. First of all, also to work on the mindset of our loving people who stays there, and also to give capacity building to understand the value that which is in livestock. So, Madam Speaker, this ministry is working around the clock to make sure that when we are doing the stocking, these provinces I've just mentioned are put into consideration. All we want is to increase production in the sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalavo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to find out also on the extension services for veterinary works. Last year, there was an announcement that there will be recruitment of extension officers under veterinary. How has that activity been done? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, we did mention that we are going to recruit extension officers, and the reason why we are trying to make sure that we recruit extension officers is to provide the useful and best practices services to our farmers, that they start doing the right thing. And we, Madam Speaker, in the process of actually, giving appointment letters to those that we have recruited, and we will be distributing them accordingly to our camps that we have in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Luwasenshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, I followed you very well when you talked about sensitization, especially in rural areas, the importance of rearing cattle. I know issue of cattle is a historical issue, and it needs a lot of sensitization, especially in most of parts of this country. Now, I would like to find out from your ministry, taking into account that we have successive countries such as Botswana, who have made it possible to contribute to the GDP, and even other countries. Would you consider to bring the importance of rearing of cattle in the curriculum, so that our children who are coming up, they can able to learn and understand the importance of rearing cattle, and at the same time to inculcate how it can also contribute to the GDP? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, the livestock sector is an important sector that requires people to have sufficient knowledge if we are to see the sector, achieving the objectives. Madam Speaker, issues of curriculum, these are the issues that we need to collaborate with the Ministry of Education, but you may wish to note that these are the few things that are being changed through the Ministry of Education. The curriculum is being changed, and most of the practical subjects are being incorporated in the curriculum for education. So I believe these are some of the subjects, like agricultural science, which is being promoted to be a must. It's not an optional subject in our education system. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for your statement. CBP is a big issue, as you may be aware, in Senanga, Nalolo, Limulunga, and I just want to find out if there are any plans to address the cordon line between Angola and Zambia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, I wish to convey my happy birthday to the Honorable Member who have just asked the question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, CBPP is one of the diseases that is affecting the industry, more especially in Western Province, Northwestern Province. And this is the disease which has really given us a bigger problem as a sector. But I want to assure the Honorable Member that this is one of the diseases that we are in the process to make sure that interventions are put in place to address the challenge of this disease. As I'm talking, Honorable Madam Speaker, we have recruited about 250 cordon guards that are going to be deployed along where we are going to put the cordon line. So be assured that this government is committed to make sure that this sector is enhanced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Iteshi.
Thank you so much, Minister, for the responses given so far, and I would want to convey our gratitude for having received 7 motorbikes for the vet officers. However, we strongly feel in order to increase the cattle population in most of these districts, we are still struggling with transportation. Districts like Iteshi with 150,000 animals, more than its population, it has no functional vehicle to provide sensitizations and other programs that would help boost the sector. What program do you have as a minister, to ensure that some of these districts with the highest population of animals should have facilities that will promote and enhance the sector? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, we need to have transport to facilitate our officer if they are to strengthening the extension services. Madam Speaker, you know very well, we may wish to note that this is the sector which was actually not being given the attention that it deserves. And the New Dawn administration, when it came to power, the first thing was to make sure that all our officers are facilitated in terms of transport. Hence, I'm sure the Honorable Member has confirmed that this administration, the first thing it has done is to make sure that all our camp officers are provided with transport with motorbikes. And that we have done. And we are also moving to the next stage to start thinking of all our districts to have motor vehicles. Very soon, this issue will be the thing of the past. I want to assure the Honorable Member that this government attaches greater importance to the sector. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at Sam. We are running late behind our program. So I'll ask only 2 honorable members to ask supplementary questions, and these will be the honorable member from Mbabala and Momba. Then we make progress. We start with the honorable member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and happy Valentine's from the good people of Mbabala. Madam Speaker, the Home Minister has indicated a very good program in terms of controlling cattle diseases. In Mbabara, we have had a very big challenge in that area. Following up with the Home Minister as to why and when the immunization program will be completed to complete all the wards in the country. Because in Mbabara, some wards we had vaccination, and in other wards we didn't have the vaccination. And you mentioned that vaccination is one of the preventive measures you have put in place. So I'm just wondering why the vaccination was skipping certain wards and not completing everything, or all the wards. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, we had to select most areas that were prone to some of the diseases that we identified as government. And I want to state that, Madam Speaker, this vaccination, the government plays a part of vaccinating on the disease of economic importance diseases. Not all the diseases are vaccinated by the government, but we provide technical support to our farmers to make sure that they vaccinate their animal in good time. But I want to assure the honorable member that going forward, we are coming with enhanced strategies that will make sure that as government will provide leadership amongst our farmers to make sure that even management diseases are given the right information, what time they're supposed to vaccinate their animals, what time they're supposed to dip their animals. We will enhance the extension services to make sure that no area is left behind in order to combat the diseases situation in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mombo.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, in your response to the question on the floor, one of the measures you have indicated to enhance cattle rearing in rural areas is that of reducing the gap of water points and where the animals are. Now, I wanted to find out, Honorable Minister, this House, for example, in 2018, approved to do a dam in Chief Yona, that is Namairi Dam. That is in 2018. This House, in that budget, did approve to have that dam done. And the Honorable Minister, 5 years down the line, we have not done that. My question to you is, how long does it take after the budget has been approved to construct, say, a dam as such, to ensure that that is done? How long does it take for your ministry to ensure that you undertake such activities in order to achieve your response to that question? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. First of all, Madam Speaker, is that when we allocate funds during that particular financial year, we expect that within that financial period, projects have to start and be completed because the money has been allocated in that particular financial year. So I want to believe that in 2018, that money which was allocated to such a project did not achieve the objective. And those are one of the issues that we feel as New Dawn administration, we don't want to go in that direction. Then it will mean that disease situation will not be able to manage. We are in a hurry to make sure that this industry start competing on international markets. How do we achieve that? Is to make sure that we lead in terms of management of diseases in this country. We want to make sure that all our farmers have access, you meet the required standard to participate on international markets. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now have to move a bit fast. The next question, the Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 190.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Mungandu, the Honorable MP for Chama Central Constituency, is asking the Minister of Local Government at A, whether government has any plans to construct bridges on the following crossing points in Chama Mpamba Road in Chama South Parliamentary Constituency, on Lumezi River, Lunzi River, Lumunga Stream, Lundazi River, Lilundu River, Msalango River, Chisope River, Buzimu River, and Lupamazi River. And at B, he wishes to know when the plans will be implemented. And at C, he wishes also to know if the plans are not in the works, why? In response to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chama South, Mr. Mungandu, I wish to inform the August House the following. At A, the government has plans to construct small bridges on crossing points across the country, including those in the Chama Pamba Road in Chama South Parliamentary Constituency. That B, the plans will be implemented under the 2025-2026 work plan subject to availability of funds. And that C, because the plans are there, it therefore goes without saying that C falls off, Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, to hear that the plans are there to construct bridges on this crossing point. Honorable Minister, I would wish to know that some of these crossing points, 90 to 98% of the works were already done. This is a stretch of about 180 kilometers from Chama to Mapamba. And what remained, Madam Speaker, was merely closing off the size of some of the crossing points, but the contracts were cancelled. Are you, as a ministry, considering maybe completing those crossing points which are above 80 to 90% complete, so that the people can have access to either Chama, Boma, and other areas? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
It is gratifying to get supplementary information from the Honorable Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, that some of these crossing points are at that percentage, nearly completion. Mine is to invite you, Honorable Member of Parliament, or your Council Secretary, to give us a tabulation of these particular crossing points, so that those that are at near completion, we could ask from the Treasury, from a supplementary budget, to attend to them before they degenerate. I wish to state that the cancellation of all these rural road contracts countrywide have a history that we have discussed on the floor of this House for the longest time, and it isn't my wish to go back there, Madam Speaker. But the invitation is open. Please come through with a schedule of those that are nearly done, so that we can see how we can put our heads and hands together to actualize the desires of your heart.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Member for Chama South, please do engage. You can go together with the Honorable Member for Chama North and all those other members of Parliament who are interested in this project, because the idea is to find a solution. So please, you are invited. The Honorable Minister is willing and able to see you. So we make progress. Next question, Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 191 for Mitete.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In order to save time, I'll be slightly more comprehensive to forestall any need for a supplementary question. The Honourable Member for Mitete is asking the Minister, this is myself, A, whether the government has any plans to construct a bridge across the Zambezi River to connect Lukuru and the Mitete districts. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And C, if there are no such plans, why? Answer to A, government has plans to construct a bridge across the Zambezi River to connect Lukuru and the Mitete districts. The plans will be implemented once Treasury secures the required funds for the project. And the C, government has indeed got those plans, so that question falls away. A bit of extra information, Madam Speaker. This is due to the constrained fiscal position in the road sector. Works on this bridge have not been included in the 2024 road sector annual work plan. However, the works on the bridge will be included in the future work plans, most likely in 2025, subject to the availability of funds. The works will include feasibility studies on the site, because we have to choose a site, and the preparation of detailed engineering designs. The cost of the studies and preparations of detailed designs is estimated to be at about 7 million kwacha. Procurement of a works contractor will only commence once preparation of the designs has been concluded. Costs of the construction works have been determined and the funds secured. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Minister, thank you so much for the detailed answer. Madam Speaker, when the previous question tells you to say at least in some other constituencies and districts, there's some percentage of some works done. And in Mitete, we are at zero. But since there's that hope and promise, Minister, will depend on that. Madam Speaker, you've just heard in some constituencies there are some percentages. In Mitete, it's zero. Will depend on the detailed answer from the Minister and government's commitment. There is hope for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a comment, so we can make progress. The next question. The next question, the Honorable Member for Mangango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 193.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Magango asked the Minister of Technology and Science when the network at the following communication towers in Magango parliamentary constituency will be upgraded from 2G to 4G network. And the places are as follows: Nalu Luembem, Mushawam, Kachelelam, Wambulwa, Nyango, Kabahi, and Manamboyu. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that my ministry is committed to deliver internet connectivity to all parts of the country. Our strategy is to use appropriate technology to connect all constituencies based on access, availability, and affordability. We have put in place the following interventions to optimize connectivity in the affected wards in Mangango district. Number one, the provision of Starlink kits to all constituencies, including Mangango constituency, to provide internet connectivity. Number two, provision of internet to schools and rural health centers where internet access points, also referred to as hotspots, will benefit the people of Mangango. Three, provision of alternative internet technologies such as VSAT, which is currently being piloted. Madam Speaker, after the deployment of the above-mentioned appropriate internet technologies to deliver data, the ministry will assess the connectivity gap in the affected wards. This will then inform the decision to upgrade the communication towers from 2G to 4G as appropriate to ensure access to internet connectivity. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mangango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may it come to your attention that I'm sure you are very aware that 2G, Madam Speaker, is a very slow kind of a network. It's not able to upload or download information as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, my people, as the people of Mangango, are suffering, especially when it comes to uploading examination information. Also, this network, Madam Speaker, that is of 2G, has got a smaller coverage area. Madam Speaker, some areas are migrating to 5G. Is the Honorable Minister able to instruct those network providers that are now migrating to 5G in some places to get the equipment and take it on our towers that have been mentioned in Mangango? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, just for simplicity, 2G does not carry data. It is voice only. And the reason we are looking at alternative technologies, such as Starlink, is to be able to carry data. So every member of parliament will be given a kit. And in those areas where connectivity to data is required, the Starlink kit will be able to provide that connectivity, whereas 2G will continue to power voice. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Wembe.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the elaborate answers that you have given. My question, Honorable Minister, network connectivity is very, very important, especially the upgrading, especially in our schools where computer studies are concerned. Now, my question, Honorable Minister, you've indicated this countrywide. When are we likely, or when will this program be rolled? Is it this year, or what is the time frame like?
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, one of the reasons we are deploying the Starlink kit is one, to assist with speed. The current technologies will deliver between 30, 50 megabits per second. Starlink will download in excess of 200 megabits per second. So that is a difference in speed. So we need to embrace the new technology because it will be able to address the challenges in our various schools. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I believe the Honorable Member for Gwembe wanted to find out when are these Honorable Members going to be given the Starlink? That's the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The kits have arrived, and the roadmap, Madam Speaker, is that through your office, we are going to ask for permission where we're going to have the members of parliament shown how the kit works, the use, the coverage, its capability in terms of connectivity, its capability in terms of speed, and also request the members of parliament the ideal location within their constituencies. Only after we have done that shall we be able to begin to implement, and this can be done within the next month or two. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mangango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Honorable Minister's responses. Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, I wish to let him know that these towers are distributed in different areas. When we talk about from Nyango to Kaba Hill, there are several areas and it's a distance of almost about 200 kilometers in between. The provision of Starlink, Honorable Minister, will only be able to provide the network or the internet service in one particular area. Hence, we are requesting for the upgrading of these towers to those levels. Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, I'm requesting from the Honorable Minister to commit to the good people of Mangango that the towers will be upgraded so that network for both communication in terms of phone calls as well as data is provided in these areas, because Starlink will only be able to provide internet service within that particular area where it is. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, one of the reasons we are having the workshop is indeed to answer to some of the questions that the Honorable Member of Parliament has said. When the Starlink kit is fixed in a particular place, you can extend connectivity through optic fiber, and distance doesn't matter. Two, when Starlink is put in a particular place, you can extend connectivity via radio connection. So it is not static. It can reach as far as you need it to reach. And those are the things that in the workshop we are going to explain. That is not localized. It's actually decentralized. And distance is irrelevant. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you are really exciting us about this Starlink. Isn't it, in the long run, will it not need subscription? What is difficult, through you, Madam Speaker, because the challenge that the people of Mangango are going through, I might say it's a similar challenges, number of us in rural areas where Zamtel has, through your ministry, constructed very fantastic towers throughout our country. But we have challenges when it comes to voice calls. Why can't you upgrade the antennas? I'm sure that is what is needed, so that the people can have an option. I believe, Madam Speaker, Starlink will need monthly subscription. Even if they give us 1 year for free thereafter, we need to start paying. Why not make everyone decide whether to use a cell phone, internet connectivity and voice call, or Starlink? How difficult is that to make those towers in rural areas function like towers here in urban areas? Because the majority of us are rural dwellers, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, again, that's why we're having the workshop. A key consideration when you extend connectivity is also cost. The cost of upgrading from 2G to 4G is much cheaper for data to have one kit to address those issues. Upgrading from 2G to 4G will cost you at least $40,000. in extra investment. So our aim is that let's have wider coverage and more people connected at a much lower cost of under $2,000. So our people are looking for service. That is their primary concern. Now, in terms of payment, we have said for government institutions, and it will be explained in the workshop, these will be paid for by government, including the offices of the members of parliament. For the ordinary person, you have to pay for use. But when you compare the cost of use between that delivered by Starlink and any other technology, the cost is like day and night. And that will be explained to you, the members of parliament, when we have a workshop. So overall, it will be cheaper for our citizens. 2, it will be cheaper for government in terms of investment. And that is why we are going for alternative technology so that coverage for our people is accelerated, so that we can use the limited resource that government has got in the most optimal way and reach as many people as is practically possible. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out from the Honorable Minister, the situation in these constituencies is not different, the same as in Mwandi. But my observation has been that Zamto, for example, is the one that is providing the service in these particular constituencies, especially the far remote constituencies, when they are not as profitable as much, should I say. But when it comes to Lusaka, where Zamto should be able to thrive, by us supporting Zamto, we realize that most of us are on other networks opposed to Zamtel that should be able to provide a service in those remote areas. So my question is, what is it that the ministry is doing in regards to promoting Zamtel, especially here in urban areas where they should be profitable so they can provide a better service, like for example in Mangango, to upgrade them from the 2G to the 4GB and in other constituencies. If you took a survey, I can tell you that maybe even us here, honorable members, there are a few of us that are on Zamtel, while it's the one that is providing the service to our constituencies. So what is it that you're doing to make sure that we can promote Zamtel here so they can provide a better service in remote areas? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, government is at the moment working on a number of measures to enhance the viability of Zamtel. At the moment, the financial condition of Zamtel without government support will be in serious trouble. So when we are finished the program that we have embarked on, we shall come and issue a ministerial statement. I thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, and also with the proposed workshop that is coming, I think we can leave that question and make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 195.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, Mr. J. Chiwuya, the Member of Parliament for Ron, is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development that A, whether government is aware that in the year 2019, members of the general public paid money in form of land application fees to the Chongwe Municipal Council in response to an advertisement for land allocation in the smart city area of Chongwe district. At B, he wishes to know, if so, how many people paid application fees. At C, how much money was raised through this exercise at A, And at D, how many applicants were allocated land as at October 2023? And at E, if none of the above has happened, he wishes to know why. Madam Speaker, I wish to quickly state that the question is of a sensitive nature, and as I go into answering it, you will understand why. At A, the government is truly aware that in Chongwe Municipal Council, through an advertisement that was dated 18th June 2021, invited members of the public to apply for land within Chongwe district for various land uses that are ranging from industrial to small holdings and from commercial to residential areas. The receipt of application was for a period of 30 calendar days commencing from 18th June 2018 to 18th July 2021, after which interviews were conducted. At B, Madam Speaker, a total number of 1,526 plots were advertised for offer to the public for the aforesaid categories of land uses, and 990 applications were paid to the Council at the close of the advertisement period. Successful applicants, Madam Speaker, were then invited for interviews from the 9th of December 2021 to 14th of December 2021, out of which a total of 966 applicants were shortlisted for offer. At C, a total sum of 4,024,500 was raised from the non-refundable application fees and interviews. At D, up to this point in time, Madam Speaker, no applicant has yet been allocated any land. At E, the allocation to the successful applicant of this said exercise is still pending due to a serious boundary dispute that is between the two chiefdoms, namely Chief Bunda Bunda, the 10th, and Her Royal Highness Senior Chief, Dr. Senior Chief Komesha Mukamambo II, which arose just before offer and allocation of this land. And this dispute, Madam Speaker, is still ongoing. And in the recent most past, I, as the privileged one sitting as Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, have been the chairman of the committee that has been trying to resolve this boundary dispute between the two chiefdoms. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I believe the matter is sensitive, so as we ask our questions, and also we should bear in mind that there is still pending dispute that is being handled by the Honorable Minister. So please, as we ask our questions, let's bear that in mind. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed, thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, especially that you have actually hinted that the matter is a little bit sensitive. My question, Honorable Minister, is that people applied upon seeing the advert and they fulfilled their obligations. Didn't the government do the due diligence before embarking on this exercise, other than coming to realize later on when people had actually paid the monies that the issue was of that nature? Didn't the government do a due diligence before embarking on the advert? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, a due diligence was done. And the due diligence that was done explicitly. And the background to this is that back in the year, the chief, Dr. Wunda, offered approximately 5,456 hectares of land to the local authority, namely Chongwe, for conversion to state land, and all the conversion procedures were duly taken care of and adhered to. Of the said land, 40% was planned by creation of a layout plan and land parcels, which was subsequently numbered, while 10% of this land was offered to settlers through the office of the the Commissioner of Lands, I beg your pardon. These settlers have not yet proceeded to occupying this land and the obtaining of title as a result of these ongoing chiefdom boundaries. I wish you to know that at the point when we settled inside government, there was a call from the Royal Highnesses for government to officially release the 1958 boundary maps. I'm sure you are aware that that particular action, which many governments before us were a little bit uneasy to lay public, is what created this issue of the boundary dispute, where the Dr. Senior Chieftainess Komeshamuka Mambo, the second, actually indicated via court action, intended court action, to stop this because the definition of the topographic boundaries between the two chiefdoms became a matter of dispute, which matter we are still dealing with at this point as I'm speaking to you. I sympathize with those who paid in their money to acquire this land. However, this is a matter that is completely beyond anyone's control, but we are determined to get a resolution as quickly as possible. And the assurance that we are going to give to those citizens who applied for this land is that while time has been consumed, we will find parcels of land on the said piece of land once the dispute is resolved.
Thank you. I'm getting a bit uncomfortable to proceed with these questions, especially that there's a dispute ongoing. So maybe let's not go that, let's leave it, I think, to give chance to the dispute to be resolved. Then we can see, we can ask the questions later. Honorable Member for Ron, you are not satisfied? You are the one who asked the question? That is my view. I don't know what you have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I strongly believe and bear in mind your guidance and the sensitivity of the matter. But probably, Honorable Minister, whilst you sympathize with the applicants, especially the 966 who were shortlisted, what comfort could you give them, or any hopes that you would give them? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
The rules and regulations that apply to application of land include a non-refundable application fee. The non-refundable application fee is the one that is in question at this point in time. And because by its nomenclature, it's a non-refundable application fee, there's no money that is owing to the citizens who applied. The comfort, as you asked, is that those who were successful, the 996, those who applied and qualified, will be duly taken care of. This is normal practice. I'm sure you yourself have applied for land under a non-refundable application fee arrangement, and when you don't make it, that is it. You don't make it. You don't go to claim a refund. So because it is clearly defined that it's a non-refundable application fee, it will remain as such. Had we gone ahead to offer and charge those people who were successful, I would say then that we'll give them an option because of the time lapse to get their refund. But in this particular case, that does not apply.
Thank you. I think at that then we can leave that question. It's a bit tricky to proceed. We can ask on her honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Business resumes tomorrow, 15th of February at 14:30 hours. And the House has so far considered 15 questions for oral answer understanding order 74. These are questions of ordinary nature.
All right, time now to look at what has been considered on the floor of the House. We did have an announcement by Madam Speaker. She did say that yesterday, which was the first sitting of this meeting, she has observed that some honorable members still have challenges in raising matters of urgent public importance. In this regard, she reminded the House on the rules of procedure governing matters of urgent public importance, understanding Order 134 and 135 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021.
So, Madam Speaker did say that the instance of a matter of urgent public importance is to bring to the attention of the House and the Executive a widespread event in the country. The event should not be peculiar to only a small section of the country. Among other things, the subject matter should not only be clothed with a national character, but also capable of being debated. Its important rather should be such that if the executive does not intervene immediately, a catastrophe would befall the nation.
Further, the matter raised must deal with only one substantive issue. It has been observed that honorable members have developed a tendency of raising more than one substantive issue within the same matter of urgent public importance.
And she did say that in raising matters understanding Order 134, she did remind the members of Parliament of the following steps. These as follows: at the appropriate time, indicate electronically that they intend to raise a matter of urgent public importance, and when the presiding officers recognize this and calls on members of Parliament to raise the matter, they should start with the phrase, and I quote, "Madam or Mr. Speaker, the matter I wish to raise is directed at Our Honor the Vice President," end of quote, or the Honorable Minister.
And also state the matter concisely and end by saying, I quote, "Madam Speaker, Madam or Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance," and MPs have also been advised to debate the matter or bring more than one substantive issue in the matter. Henceforth, presiding officers will strictly enforce the rules regarding matters of urgent public importance to ensure proper and smooth transaction of business in the House. So that's the announcement that was made by Madam Speaker. Thereafter, the House went on to consider 15 questions for oral answer understanding Order number 24, and we'll go through some of them. Joe.
So the first question came from Mr. Oliver Mutike, who happens to be Mwangu Central Member of Parliament. He did direct his question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He wanted to find out in two parts whether there were any officers recorded from diplomatic missions who were still on the payroll of the diplomatic missions where they served as of August 2023. And in responding, the minister did say that 81 officers are on permanent and are still receiving their salaries. So in B, the Member of Parliament wanted to find out why the officers in question had been maintained on the payroll despite their recall. So the minister did explain that the said officers are still on the payroll because they are on permanent employment.
Question 183 did come from Mr. Chwando of Milenge. He asked the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Kapalala-Luko-Mukuta Road in Milenge Parliamentary Constituency, and the minister did say that government has those plans, and the Milenge lawmaker wanted to find out when these plans will be implemented, and the minister did say that the plans will be implemented under the 2025 to 2026 work plan, subject to availability of funds.
So the other question comes from Mr. Munti Chinkuli, who happens to be Kanyama Member of Parliament. I did direct his question to the Minister of Health. I wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to upgrade the Kanyama Level 1 Hospital in Kanyama Parliamentary Constituency. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why. So in responding, the Minister did say that government is focusing on completing some of the projects that were being earmarked for construction countrywide. So this is, in brief, some of the questions which were considered on the floor of the House today.
All right, on that note, we would like to end our broadcast from our end. Of course, our broadcasting continues until 22 hours. From all of us here, it's bye-bye and pleasant viewing.